Let's try one more again.
Turn it up, Gino.
And we are back after being so déplacé and interrupted. For those of y'all back on the Terror Dome, I dropped it in the link on the bookmarks on Twitter. If you are able to jump back in with me, I sincerely apologize. I often make the YouTube folk mad or whoever it is with my little bit of my golden domers and my my folks that follow my show. I was just merely showing something that is on YouTube of Brock Purdy throwing dimes. It's stats out here is showing the same thing. I hope I can show the stats. I sincerely hope I can show the stats. Let me pull them up for you really quick. And that's why people will say, well, he's this, he's that, but then you show it and then it gets cut off. It's a miraculous, it's a ironic thing. You need new verbs, new adjectives and stuff to show your work. Let me go here real quick. This is a case for Brock Purdy that I put together myself. It is on a PowerPoint created by me of just stats. I don't know if I have to retype them or something to that effect, but I'm just going to show you. Let me present. I got a video file right here. Go to my computer. It says who you with. Did I download it? I downloaded it. Let me do this. File. Case for Brock. File. Save as. How y'all doing out there today? How y'all doing? Case for Brock. Save it. Okay. You come out there. Go in there. All right, that didn't work. Save as, browse it. Case for Brock. And sorry for doing this. I'm enabling the presentation. Coming out of there, go there. Won't show it. Gotta be a way. I know I can get this in here. It is a PowerPoint presentation. Save as. Save. Already exists. Do you want to replace it? And slides in PDF, your computer, down, load. Why won't it show this? Okay. Hey, everybody. Terror Dome back here. and I am just trying to show my little piece of stuff on YouTube. This isn't quite the presentation it's supposed to be, but let me let it incubate a little bit. There was a press conference by John Lynch, and in that he was down at the combine and he said a few words in terms of stuff of the status of a few issues as a few issues as it relates to the San Francisco 49ers. He was talking about the coaching changes, and I'm just trying to put that out, man. Y'all at least let me put the coaching changes on. Again, be patient with me, y'all, real quick. I can go this way with it. And I guess this way I gotta go with it. Can everybody see that? Right there. And I will try to blow it up as best I can. There have been some coaching changes. And this is reported on 49ers web zone. This is everywhere. I just took the clip, put it here, and showing the coaching changes. Can I do that, Lord God? Anyway, the most notable exceptions were, to me, that stood out. Well, I got them highlighted with the gold background and the red lettering, but what isn't there, as you see at the bottom of the screen, it says, "Where is Brian Griese, Lord?" This was 24, maybe 48 hours ago. And Brian Griese had actually stepped away. Initially, it was, let me go back. Let me further talk about things. Brian Griese, to me, is really, really important because he was the one, him and Clint Kubiak. It was well documented, and Kylie Young is on. He can attest to us having discussions about Kubiak and Griese. They were the ones who brought Brock Purdy here. Brock Purdy was a 7th round pick, kind of a throwaway, drafted 262nd in 2022, I'm gonna say. And if it was not for Brock Purdy, our bacon would have been pretty much cooked at the injury of one Jimmy G or James Garoppolo in December of 22. If you can remember back, I'm not going to show it. But there is footage out there of us playing the Miami Dolphins. I think they were 8-1. The Miami Dolphins are going to play the San Francisco 49ers, and plenty of content creators and everybody was picking the Miami Dolphins. Again, like and subscribe, everybody. If you hear, like and subscribe. If you like my content and the truth that I'm laying down that nobody really wants to hear other than my golden domer. Shout out to each and every one of you. I will get a golden domer salute and bring y'all in, but I think I'm on somebody's radar somewhere, so I'm just gonna say what I gotta say. It was December of 2022. Trey Lance went down early against the Seattle Sea Chickens. James Garoppolo comes in, and James Garoppolo plays some of the best ball that he has ever played. Even more so, let me go back even further. Brock Purdy was drafted 262nd, Mr. Irrelevant. Wasn't supposed to even make the team. As a 7th round draft choice, and I've been asking my cousin Marcus if we can get our schedule together. Marcus was he was an undrafted free agent, and it is hard for you to make the team as a undrafted free agent as a 6th or 7th round guy. They really don't give you the reps in practice. They don't. You've got to knock people's socks off to make it at 6 and 7. Those are 10, not ultimately, but usually those are slots designed for, we ain't got nothing but some throwaway moves. We done drafting, just pick somebody up in the 6th or 7th round. And then you go to your undrafted free agents. You're a step away from that. How it breaks down is a first rounder is afforded every opportunity. He gets the best of the best. He gets the coaching. He gets the reps. He gets every opportunity. He's going to run with the ones. We're going to set him up for success, see, because usually we pay him the big dollar. We've moved up. We've mortgaged everything. He is supposed to be this. And it goes down accordingly with 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round, all the way down. That's why usually low draft choices, 6th and 7th round, there are only 7 rounds in the National Football League now. There used to be 13. That's why they don't tend to make teams a great deal, because they didn't have a slot for you, really. They just brought you in just to, it was a kind of a throwaway move. You're going to get paid like nothing. You're going to be looked at whatever way. But every now and again, these people miss on undrafted free agents, 6th and 7th round. Most notably, in the 6th round, in the year 2000, there was a quarterback from Michigan named Tom Edward Patrick Brady, who was drafted in the 6th round. They really ain't had big plans for him. They didn't see anything happening for him. They just said, hey, yeah, come on in. We see what you can do. It's kind of the rags to riches story that we always see on Lifetime or Netflix, or it's just a story. You ain't really supposed to do nothing. Well, lo and behold, Brock Purdy gets on the team, and to make it as a 6th round or undrafted or a 7th rounder, undrafted free agent, you don't get but 1 or 2 reps during practice. You have to run with the scout team, which is what we used to call the meat squad. If you wanted to make the team, we would say, oh, he's going to be on the meat squad. That means you're going to run against the ones, but it's genuinely made so we can just beat you up. You're going to run the other people plays, and we just going to muff you up. We're going to give you the business and stuff like that. You basically a glorified tackling dummy. Well, this kid gets on the team, and with limited reps with the ones, only being on scout team, you have to flash and you have to be precise to make the team, much less send some people away who they have paid money to bring and to have here. They had a plan in their mind with a guy named Nate Sudfeld. Nate Sudfeld. People are forgetting that. He was a quarterback du jour. And I had seen that happen before with a wonderful guy from Wisconsin. He's from Richmond, Virginia. He went to NC State. He came to the Seattle Sea Chickens. His name was Russell Wilson. They had brought in a veteran quarterback to head up Seattle back in, I think it was 2010, maybe 2011, named Lynn. His name was Lynn. He used to play for the Green Bay Packers. Lynn came, or Flynn, Lynn or Flynn, one of the two. He was the backup to either Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre or something. He came to Seattle to be the starter. They paid him money. It was big money to come in and you know, hey, you're gonna be the man. But Russell Wilson came in there as a rookie, as a third rounder, and sent him away from there. Well, lo and behold, Brock Purdy comes in, and the 49ers have moved up and spent draft capital and said, we're taking the third pick overall for this kid, Trey Lance. And we're bringing back our veteran winner guy who just went to a Super Bowl, Jimmy G. And we're going to have Nate Sudfeld. So quarterback will not be a problem. This guy with limited reps comes in, and they said, well, you know what, Nate Sudfeld, you go ahead and go. We just going to let this thing marinate between Trey Lance and James Garoppolo. So Nate Sudfeld, your stuff is no longer needed. With the limited reps, with the flash and panache, somehow Brock Purdy makes the team, sending the guy that you gave $1.2 million to Minnesota. Y'all track it. Trey Lance goes down, and Jimmy G has arguably his finest year since he's been a quarterback in the National Football League. It is no news that I can tell you I am not, nor have I ever been, a Jimmy G fan. He used to keep us on the edge of our seats trying to eke out wins. And he said, Lynn Dickey. What you know about Lynn Dickey? Lynn Dickey used to coach, used to be for the Green Bay Packers. That's old school there. I've never been a Jimmy G fan. When I saw him close his eyes to throw the ball in the Super Bowl, you know, just don't hit me. I said, man, this kid ain't got it. He acting like he got it because he had been around the greatest quarterback that had ever lived for his first 3 years in the league. And let me pause, hit rewind, and play it again. His first 2 or 3 years in the league. Oftentimes we are judging Brock Purdy and saying he's just like Jimmy G. Don't pay him because you paid Jimmy G and Jimmy G was sorry. Anybody could be good in this system because Jimmy G was sorry. Jimmy G came to us, ladies and gentlemen, and please don't just let Terradome do this. You need to push back on some of these other color commentators, content creators master debaters or whatever. Jimmy G came to us as a finished product. He had already been in the league 2 years at least. He has sat behind, been in the meeting room with Thomas Edward Patrick Brady for 2 years. So the insult, first of all, it ain't true. The insult of you saying he's just like Jimmy G is doubled down because the year prior to Brock Purdy getting with us, he was in college with a book bag trying to get into the frat party. Jimmy G had already won 2 Super Bowls, taking the champagne ride with the, dare I venture to say, the dynasty of the 21st century in national football with the greatest quarterback that ever did it. You understand what I'm saying? The mere comparison to Brock Purdy and Jimmy G bolsters the fact that this kid already was polished and came in as a rookie. Jimmy G couldn't come in as a rookie, as a 7th round pick getting limited reps, as a come save our franchise, come save our bacon guy. He couldn't have taken that pressure. It's no way. You understand what I'm saying? All right, I'm going all the way around to say this. Brian Griese really helped out. I have been documented as saying, do not let Brian Griese out of this building. And I say that to say this. Jimmy G played the best football he has played with under the tutelage of Brian Griese. And I'm not gonna hold you. I know some of y'all already got this argument out, so let me take it out your bag. The addition of Christian McCaffrey. The addition of Christian McCaffrey helped Jimmy G out immensely, as did the addition of Derrick Henry helping out one Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson really had a great year this year. He had a tremendous runner who ran for over 1,700 yards. People had to stack the box, and you better bring the wood with that big Derrick Henry back there. And Lamar Jackson threw for more touchdowns than he ever would. They don't bring that up enough for me. I mean, you say that Brock has to have CMC, but don't nobody bring that up when Lamar Jackson has a 6'4", 240-pound ox running downhill, stiff arming people, posterizing them. It's just something I noticed. Maybe I'm wrong. Just something I noticed. Maybe I'm wrong. Jalen Hurts, who I love very much. Jalen Hurts had the offensive player of the year behind him this year in Saquon Barkley. Am I real? Am I right? I don't know. And nobody brings it up. Say you had to have Saquon. It was Saquon to make you good. You had to have Saquon. You had to have Saquon. They don't say that. You had a good year. You won the Super Bowl, young man. And you listen to Frankie Beverly and Mays like you supposed to. I love Jalen Hurts because I have put something on the internet and they've taken it off on the similarities between Jalen Hurts and one Brock Purdy. Both saved young men, and I'm crazy about both of them. But I go here. Brian Griese, you could really see development in a has-been Jimmy G, And initially, Trey Lance was the starter here. Remember, he played that game was it in Chicago? And then his foot gets cracked, or not his foot, his knee. Was it his ankle? His ankle got hurt against Seattle the next week. Kyle running the ball up the middle with a quarterback. Yeah. I guess that's what you do. I put the comparison between that of the productivity of our quarterback room with whom we had the year before. And a lot of us don't remember, but it was a dude named, and I done teased him so much on his name. All I can say is the teaser. His name was Scancarello. I called him Scancarello, but I think it's Scangarello or something like that. But he was skanky. He was not a good quarterback coach. Skanky had bad drills. I was hearing them report back from it, and they would show B-rolls of us running quarterbacks running drills, and it just didn't even look right. Scancarello ain't know what he was doing. He got fired here, and then he went to Kentucky or Kansas, something with a K, and got fired the first year there. Scancarello, and he was putting out mean, nasty stuff. Ain't nobody even pay attention to him, but I saw you, Scancarello. Scancarello was a horrible, horrible, horrible quarterbacks coach, and it showed. Brian Griese, on the other hand, man, I'm gonna tell you, it bothered me so because I saw in Brian Griese as probably Kyle saw in Brian Griese. Now, one thing we can attest with Kyle, I get mad at this play calling. I get mad at this play sequencing. I get mad at his personnel moves with players. But that daggone Kyle can pick a coach. He can get an assistant. He knows what he knows in terms of an assistant coach. He can get an assistant. And the reason why I say that, evidence to that, is because of DeMeco Ryan, Robert Saleh, Bobby Turner, Wes Welker. Who else we got? We had a former head coach, Lynch, who used to coach the San Diego Chargers before they became the Los Angeles Chargers. And one, Brian Griese, Clint Kubiak. Those are some good coaches. And you see them go on to become head coaches or offensive, defensive coordinators other places. He can pick a coach. He sees something in coaches. And I definitely saw it in Brian Griese, in the productivity of the players, as well as he just got the pedigree for this. He just, not the pedigree, he just got the jacket. He got the resume for this. And it's usually because a good NFL head coach or offensive coordinator, this is their profile. Probably was like at least an NFL backup, college quarterback. They were an NFL quarterback. They see it from a quarterback's perspective, and you can, when they're coaching as a former quarterback, as a quarterback who was respected, as a quarterback who played in the league, they can teach you nuances about the game because they see it from a quarterback's perspective. Case in point, usually a former kicker has never been a good head coach or a good offensive coordinator, right? Because they don't see it from the perspective of quarterback. A quarterback has to understand what the defense is doing, what the two safeties are doing, what it means in their rules. Why do they move with motion? A quarterback has to know what routes the receivers are running. A quarterback has to know what protection against that defense is best, when to check out of it and run. A quarterback has to understand how to slide the protection. A quarterback has to understand how the running game fits in all of this. Quarterback has got to play out play fakes. A quarterback knows all the plays, the verbiage. So a former quarterback lends itself to be an offensive coordinator, to be the manager of a team, to be everything. It's almost tailor-made. I don't say you have to be a former quarterback to become a OC or a head coach. You don't necessarily have to be, but it is a hell of an advantage for you to have called plays, for you to have done your film studies, for you to have known the verbiage, known the ins and outs, known, who is a little quicker, who can you talk to this way, who can you motivate that way. It just kind of lends itself. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? I'm trying not to be bad on this. I saw that with Brian Griese a little bit more than that of a former receiver who's an OC and a head coach. A receiver kind of has a different perspective on the game than a coach. Then I'm sorry. Then a quarterback. Think of the typical wide receiver. He out there on the island. He far away from the ball. And what's he thinking the whole time? Me. Give me the ball. I can do it. We would be better if you just throw me the ball, right? They kind of selfish with it. They kind of hoard. They do. It's just the psychological and the psychosis of the perspective of the game. Now, me on the other hand, before quarterbacks had the thing in their ear, particularly high school, college, middle school, before they had the hearing speaker in their ear, and linebackers do too now. Before all that technology, you would have to call the plays and we would run them in with the pulling guard. I played pulling guard. The guards would come out one play and then come back in a play, go out one play and come back in a play. The Coach Jarvis, would give us the play to run into the quarterback to tell him to play, and he called it in the huddle. That's kind of how my play calling got there. Along with, on the other side, I played defense, I played linebacker. I needed to know where everybody was. So my sense of football starts getting real well-rounded. You understand what I mean? I can call plays. I know what he's gonna call right here or right there. That's why I kind of understand the perspective. And I felt that about Brian Griese. He was, as a quarterback, he knew of this. You can see this too with some of the people I watch, man. Shout out Dr. JT O'Sullivan. Shout out Derek Carr, not Derek Carr. What's his brother name? Dennis Carr or David Carr. David Carr. I watch Kirk. Dang. Kurt Warner. And who's the other one? It was another. Now they won't super duper stars, and they're not Aaron Rodgers or something like that. They're not divas, but they were journeyman quarterbacks who kept their notes, boxes of notes, and they put it on YouTube now, and they can remember, different stuff. They can tell you, oh, okay, this is what you're looking at here, middle field open. The best and greatest players do not necessarily make the best coaches. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I think we talked about it last week. Ellison was bringing it up, and I was talking y'all about Magic Johnson. When Magic Johnson tried to coach the Lakers, good Lord Jesus, they couldn't get it for nothing because Magic had superpowers, and Magic can't understand why you can't use your superpowers. Because Magic don't everybody have superpowers. Can't everybody see the unseen? Can't everybody didn't grow to 6'9" handling the ball. You just don't have. Give me the overachiever. Give me the guy who just barely made it, or he did well enough, but he needed to grind and get the most out of himself. Grandma used to say, wring that wash rag out, boy. Sometimes you have to take your talent and get every piece of it out. You know what I mean? Just wrench it. And that's what overachievers have done. And backup quarterbacks, journeyman quarterbacks have done. And I saw that on Brian Griese. That's why I was like, don't let that guy lead the building, because he's got the mark of a eventual head coach. I think, and he's surly, and the media didn't much like him, but the man had results, and he ain't all about that playing around and, hey man, hey, let's get to work. I don't like it. There was another guy here who fit that same profile. His name was Jim Harbaugh. Former quarterback. Went to Michigan. Surly. All about business. He ain't here for the fun. He loves football. He just loves football. And he can take a quarterback who you might not think is good and elevate him to getting something else. That's why I really liked Brian Griese. Thank you, y'all. Y'all helped me walk out why he was just so important to me. I really like Brian Griese. Anyway, when I first saw this, I saw it and said, maybe Brian Griese got mad that you elevated Chris Forrester over him and he left, but John Lynch says that wasn't the case. Brian was on Lynn to us for 3 years. Brian just really ain't all about coaching. And I can live with that. If that's the case, that's cool. But this kid, and he ain't a kid, he a grown man, but I really like Brian Griese. I think maybe he'll take a step away for a year. Hopefully he'll come back. If not, he's got success written all over him as an NFL offensive coordinator or quarterback. He fits the profile. Maybe he'll go back to college and do something, but I like the makeup of him, and we'll put a pin in that, and you'll see as his career progresses or doesn't. Now, the highlighted part was Chris Forrester becoming assistant head coach of the offensive line. There's no There's no debating it. Y'all know how I feel about Chris Forrester. I did a show months ago called F Around and Find Out. Since then, it has taken off. It was my favorite uh Twitter feed channel called F Around to Find Out. They have some, and you'll just have to get on Twitter to believe me. I think it's a cultural thing. People be out there like messing around with a electric wire, and then that thing hit them, and it's called FAFO. And Chris Forrester said out his mouth a couple of years ago, maybe one. He says, "Yeah, I don't think we should get great premium offensive linemen. If it comes to that, just go ahead and get a skill guy versus a great offensive lineman." And hey, man, nope. Mm-mm. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Especially as the offensive line coach, I am not a Forrester fan at all. But he's elevated to assistant head coach. I think that's what I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that because I see my man Kylie is crazy about it. He gets a bad rap. I'm like, in my opinion, when you go from the perspective of I'm with Kyle, I'd rather get skill position guys than good offensive linemen. You start making choices based on that, and you start missing drafts, and then all of a sudden you stuck and you don't have no offensive linemen. And it's both of them are important. I get it. You want to get great skill positions, but I'm telling y'all to a man, and I wish I could clip it up and show you the imagery I have in my mind of how the offensive line can make a better quarterback. The offensive line can make a better running back. The offensive line can make a better receiver. You can be as good a receiver as you want to be, but if your quarterback getting sacked, it don't matter. You can be as wonderful, and I put that to y'all months ago about who's a better running back, Emmitt Smith or Barry Sanders, and 90% said without a doubt it's Barry Sanders. And then I said, well, but who got the rings and the records? I said Emmitt Smith. Why? Because Emmitt Smith had the better offensive line. If Barry, then we go with because if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. If Barry had that offensive line, see, that's what I'm telling you. You can have the best of the best, but that offensive line will bring you on through, brother. Jim Harbaugh said the offensive line is the only group on the field that it does not depend on someone else for their success. That Dallas offensive line was dominant. That's what I'm saying. If you have the dominant offensive line with the best players available, you've become something. You've become a tour de force. If you dominate in the trenches, case in point, hey, who won the Super Bowl this year? How good was the offensive line? I'll wait. Drop it in the chat. Who had the better offensive line in the Super Bowl this past year? There you go. Who does Patrick Mahomes wish was his offensive line? Because them Eagles was tearing it up. It's all about the trenches. It's all about, can you protect? Can you inflict? We were having debates a year ago about who's more important, the defensive line or the cornerbacks. And our philosophy has been, man, if you can get to the quarterback, you making the DBs even better. If the DBs can cover, it's kind of a marriage. The DBs can cover, you making the offensive line better, or the defensive line better. Because you can have a coverage sack. You never have a sack coverage. Just saying. And for Chris Foerster not to want the best offensive lineman, the most talented, the most gifted, and making that a priority, I have exception with that. As an offensive lineman, as someone who knows the importance of offensive line, you want the best. You want the best. And to this day, Chris Foerster, I haven't seen him truly develop offensive linemen. Dominic Pooney came in here pretty much a finished product, and it wasn't going to start. He was going to keep Burford out there, or Burford got hurt, I think. And who else was over there? Brunskill. We traded Brunskill away. I think it was just a necessity to put Burford there. The great Trent Williams, finished product. He came in from Washington. Other than that, who can we say that, hey man, yeah, dude came here as a 4th round draft choice, man, and Chris Foerster made him into the player he is. I'm just saying. That was my thing. Let me get to this chat a little bit, man. I've been going on for my soliloquy for a little bit. And Mick Lombardi is now the quarterback's coach. He is the son of Michael Lombardi, that y'all might have seen, been with the Patriots a little bit. Mick Lombardi has an extensive resume in terms of it's some if you hate Bronny James playing with the Lakers, you probably don't like Jake Lynch, Mick Lombardi, and Clay Kubiak being coaches here. For all of y'all scoring at home, I just want you to keep your same energy for how you looked at Bronny James, the man getting his son a job, and we looking at nepotism at its finest. Just 3 right in a row. Clay Kubiak. Hey, who's that guy's dad? Hey, Mick Lombardi. Who's that guy's dad? Jake Lynch. Okay. Just saying, keep your same energy. And yeah, Foerster is a Brendel fanboy. And let me go to y'all gonna make me go to the list. All right, YouTube, don't ban me for showing stats. Lord. YouTube, man, absolute. Anyway, we love YouTube. YouTube, we love you. I'm signing in. This is my account. I had to pay for it. But, I guess, yeah. You never know. You never know. Let me see here. Because you got to show your stuff. How y'all doing out there, man? I'm sorry for the inconvenience. It's all on me. I got up late, and I got up as what they would say, ornery. He's an ornery SOB, ain't it? Like they say in the cowboy movie. Shout out Gene Hackman again. He's an ornery SOB, man. I don't like that guy. Who's that guy, man? That guy is tough. Player grades. All 32 teams. Quarterback. No, we're gonna look at centers. Centers. And I'm gonna hit my thingy here, remove that. Man, my head got big. Hey, how's everybody doing? Crazy Juice in the house. Let me see here. You like Barch, didn't you? Yeah, Barch is cool. Barch got to put a healthy season together. McKivitz got better. McKivitz did get better. He sustained a little. Yes, I like McKivitz. McKivitz got better. Forrester gets no credit. Yeah, okay. If McKivitz gets to the Pro Bowl, I'm gonna give Forrester some credit. But here's my rub too, Collie. If McKivitz was better than McGlinchey for 2 years, and you set him behind McGlinchey, I'm having an exception with that. Do we though? Hello, mother. I'm having a bit of a day. Hello, sunshine. Love you to the moon. I know, mom. Work with me. I love you too. Terradome didn't have his pancakes this morning. No, I ain't had much of nothing this morning. I worked 12 and then came right on in here, keeping it 149ers red zone. Let me see. McKivitz got better because of Strawberry. Strawberry letter number 3. She bringing in exceptions, or I think that's a woman. Strawberry bringing in historic stoic. That's cool. Collie, I do agree. Kusaric kinda gets a pass. No, Kusaric ain't. All Kusaric tells me about is get off. This guy's got to get a get off. He's got a good get off. Is he teaching our guys how to bend? Is he developing? No, I mean, he ain't beyond the pale, but this is what I'm saying. Kusaric wants the best lineman. He's, I can't fault him for asking for the best ingredient. It's like I was cooking. I cooked a tremendous jerk chicken the other night. Man, that thing was bad. I used Jamaican jerk seasoning, real good Jamaican jerk seasoning. I went to the ethnic store up here, and I got the cilantro. I got the fresh baby carrots to put in it. I put in small potatoes. I put in all these good ingredients, and I wanted the best of the best ingredients. So when it hits your mouth, I wanted it to be fresh. I wanted that. Just because a chef asks for the best ingredients to prepare a great meal, that's what he's supposed to do. And that's what Kusaric does. He asks for the best player. He ain't turning he ain't saying, no, give me the worst players. Give me mediocre players. And I can't fault him for that. Get the best thing you can. Chris Forrester is asking for day-old potatoes or day-old bread. And, don't worry about this. You go ahead and get your meal right. I could take anything. I could take scraps. And you want credit for not speaking up for yourself, not identifying and saying, I need that guy for us to have the best offensive linemen that we can possibly have. That I simply take exception with that. If you're giving me your best, you want the best. Don't tell me I'd rather take a mediocre guy and help him out with this. Because you know what your backup plan is? Your backup plan is to keep my tight end in there. And now he can't get out into the route. That's your big backup plan. Or go what's called max protect and keep the tight end and the running back in so that Brock ain't got but 3 people to throw the ball to. And then we saying, hey, why are you holding the ball so long? I don't like Chris's mindset. And I guess we're just going to agree to disagree. And maybe you can't see it, but I don't want a position coach that tells me I just want the most mediocre or mediocre. You go ahead and prioritize and get the skill positions. I need an offensive lineman coach. I want that best offensive lineman I can get my hands on. You picking 11? I would be on that table if I have identified. First and foremost, it takes someone to identify the fact this guy is going to be a potential all-pro. If you're able to identify and see the potential in your specialty position, that is what you got to do. Find your guy. Look around the country, get the film, talk to your scouts, find your guy, and say that is the heir apparent to Trent Williams. Let's move heaven and earth to get him. That's what you do. Don't tell me. Don't worry about it. I can make it happen with anybody. And then we in a press conference and you talk about Brendel. Which, dang, y'all forgot. I almost forgot. We talking about Brendel, and he's like, oh, yeah, he's good. He's good. He's real good. He's real good. No, he's not. He's horrible. And I got films showing the same thing. It's not good. It sucks. Share this screen. Now, these are all the centers via PFF. I hope I'm on. Can everybody see that? I'll make it even bigger. Let me see. Boom. That's a little bigger. And I'll increase this. How's that look? Is that good? Well, I'll just get out of the way. Yeah. And take historic stuff out of it. All right. YouTube, don't stop me. All right. These are as ranked overall offensive players and centers. Creed Humphrey is leading the pack at number 52 for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's ranking out at a 92.4. Frank Ragnow of the Detroit Lions. You see all these guys up here. You see the top 3. You see how good that their teams finished. Just saying. Prospectively, they were in the playoffs, they were in the Super Bowl, they were in the NFC Championship, AFC Championship, stuff like that. It, just something to notice. And we get to Jake Brendel, and he's ranked 17th overall. And this will be the argument for a lot of people. And they'll say, oh, he's 17. It's 32 teams, 17. He just average. He could be a little better, but he average. Okay. I stop right there and show, let's go to pass block. Now, Creed Humphrey is still number 1, but look who's jumped up there. Wattenberg out of Denver. He was protecting a young guy, Bo Nix, this year. Ted Karras, he jumps there protecting Joe Burrow, who had a wonderful year. Cade Mays, improvements made by not CJ Stroud. What's the little kid that we got down here in Carolina? He's making strides all the way down. And we keep on going, 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 and we keep on going. and we keep on going. Here's Jake Brendel. Now, I've taken the liberty of saying how far down that is. Anybody want to take a guess? In centers pass blocking, what is Jake Brendel ranked? 30 seconds on the clock. Drop your chat. Do, 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 do. Almost, Kali. Almost. Jake Brendel was ranked 31st of 32 teams. 31st of 32 teams. He was ranked 31st in pass block. Just ahead of like some people who don't even start or something. Or at one time, he was ranked 39th. So he improved a little bit. He did, but he was 39th, like midway through. And I'm not going to run his clip in here because they'll shut this is my second stream going in here. But against like LA, against Minnesota, against some other stuff, man. Who else? Most notable, I remember Minnesota, and I remember LA, the second game, as well as what really stood out to me. I don't know. I got to go back and look. It was some games, especially the Minnesota game. He just looked so bad, man. And then Larry Krueger went to Forrester for a quote. He said, "Hey, what's going on with the play of Jake Brendel?" He's like, "Oh, Brendel's great. I don't know what you're talking about. Brendel's great. Brendel's great." Either you're delusional. Brendel's got text with you with a goat, or you insulting my intelligence. Everybody saw that this won't good. You know what I mean? So it's that's just the thing that I see with Forrester. Brendel and Banks were our two worst offensive. I agree. That is where we agree. That is where we agree. Yes. I have to say that. Yes. McKivitz came with something to prove, and I saw the breakdown on McKivitz all weekly. Weekly, McKivitz improved. I think McKivitz is up. He is like middle ranked in pass block as well as run block in the National Football League. As a matter of fact, I think he and McGlinchey, who's making a yaka money over in Denver, are one in the same. I think only a point or two separates those two, which is acceptable, which is fine, because McGlinchey wanted top dollar for Wood, and if Banks can move on, that'd be wonderful. Sayonara. I am not afraid that he will go somewhere and become a super duper star or something. But Brendel, man, we got to do some figuring with Brendel. We got to get ourselves a whole of a good offensive lineman or a good center. We really upgrade at center, and it ain't hard. If you're 31st, dag, you can get Fozzie Bear from the Muppets to come up in here and be 30th. You gonna tell me you can't find 30 other centers better? And it vastly improves the protection of Brock Purdy, who you get ready to spend at least north of $50 million a year on, as well as uh, your running back who is coming back off of two Achilles um, degenerative things happening and a PCL. I think it was PCL. So we want to do that. Forster is on shrooms. That's a legend there, Crazy Juice. That's a legend. That's a legend. I think Chris Forster needs to ask himself why he wants Brendel to start. He does. I don't know, man. He got a thing for Brendel. He like Brendel. He really he what what we call capes up for Brendel. He capes up for him. I got a friend, y'all know him on Nothing But Niners, Mike Andrews. He will just cape up for the little guy and say, he's all right. He's all right. And they had a cornerback named what's his name? Collie, was it Witherspoon, Ahkello Witherspoon? And Mike was just, he was gonna talk to his dying breath. Ahkello Witherspoon is good. Every time you look, Kilo getting cooked. Kilo ain't good, man. Kilo ain't good. Some guys do that, man. They have a saving complex. They have they Ahkello Witherspoon. There you go. Oh man, Kilo bad, man. Ahkello, yeah, he good. He good. He just might have had a bad game right there. That could have happened to anybody, dude. No, Mike, your boy's trash. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. Yeah. Moving on. The 49ers met with Michigan cornerback Will Johnson at the scouting combine, which is a good thing. Will Johnson can ball, man. He's good. He's good. At pick 11, no. I tell you, I'm just looking for special at 11. And if they feel like this kid's that special, please let it be known. But when I say special as a cornerback, you need to either have time behind your name or you need to have island behind your name. Is he that shutdown corner? Maybe from what I've seen and what I've gathered and just looking at his stats, he doesn't look like that guy to me. And he's a Michigander. We had Ambry Thomas and a couple other things. If y'all feel like it, do y'all think that is Will Johnson that dude to y'all? Is he the kind of corner that we can use one-on-one, shutting down the best receivers? Is he ready to go today against a DK Metcalf? Is he ready to go against a who else we got in the division? Puka Nacua. If the answer is yes, then let's look that way with it with the 11th pick. If not, you want to get special at number 11. It doesn't matter so much the position as it is the projection of the player. That's good alliteration there. I didn't even mean to do that. Yeah, I did. I like to put the P's on there, but you need to hit big with this first round draft. We have not hit big in quite a while. News out of the combine, man. The kid Pierce, Lord have mercy. What's his name? James Pierce, University of Tennessee. Was moving like lightning, sounded like thunder. He ran a 4.5 in his first 40, and then he ran a 4.47. And I'm not a big uh, combine guy who thinks, oh my God, he ran a 4.40. Oh Lord, Tony. Um, I need to watch him move. So I looked at highlights from his other drills, the cone drills with the bags. I'm looking for smoothness, fluidity. He did the circle drill with the towel. You pick up the towel or the baton or something, and it's a huge hula hoop that you navigate in and out, do a figure eight, and it shows me your bend, shows me you can get your knees pointed to where you need them to at a top speed. That's the bend, and he did look real nice. He did look real nice. His player comparison was to that of Brian Burns. Brian Burns, who played for the Carolina Panthers. I think he's up there in New York right now. It was a lot of speculation, would we be able to get him or not, and it never did materialize. But Pierce looks solid, man. Pierce looks really, really good. Hopefully he can be a solid ball player. Is a little light. And we had that with Greg, not Greg Lloyd. I keep on wanting to say Greg. What's his name? Leonard Floyd, LF. Leonard Floyd. We had Greg. I remember Greg Lloyd played for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then we had Brandon Lloyd. He played for the 49ers. I got an Uncle Lloyd and a cousin Lloyd, and my sister is married to Lloyd Jr. So when I hear Lloyd, forgive me, and we had an Uncle Floyd, so I get that Lloyd thing. So forgive me a little bit, y'all. I got a lot of people in there. But what happened with Lloyd, Greg, which one was it? Our guy. He was light. He was light and he was getting tossed around a little bit, particularly not that stout against the run. And James Pierce, which is the name of a former president. No, that's Franklin Pierce. James Pierce is he's light as well. I think he's going right around 245, maybe about 245 pounds, which you want to be a little thicker. Pause, because it ain't much going on there. You have to be stout against the run, and football is just simple science. Low man will win, but when you're light, you're easier to blow off the side of the, off the line. I'm checking my DMs. Alabama Jihad Campbell showing he's one to watch. He just put up a 4.5 40. These people running around like avatars. Turn that down so they won't get mad. He's looking good. Looking good. I don't know. The broadcast showed it, but Alabama linebacker. Does he pronounce that Jihad? Jihad Campbell did more pass rush drills after the rest of the LBs were done. Oh, okay. All right. Showing the work ethic. I got you. And we're gonna be in the mix for a linebacker, man. We're definitely gonna be in the mix. I hate to speculate, and they said John Lynch in his press conference said everything's gonna be afforded to Greenlaw, but y'all, we might have to come to the realization Greenlaw might be out of here, man. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a mutual thing because I don't think Greenlaw is the player he once was. And coming back off of that Achilles, we just don't know. He could be a Greenlaw replacement, possibly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We need to prepare ourselves and start looking for that. Eh, it's football is 100% attrition, and everybody gets replaced. So we got to be ready for that, and always be looking for those contingencies. Um, Oftentimes we think that we got a player here, he's going to retire, a San Francisco 49er, and you ain't got nothing to worry about. We got that there, but all within an instant, man, somebody could catch an injury, and rumors start spreading, as they are spreading about BA right now. Uh Apparently the 49ers are shopping to get out of the BA deal. Could be, could be. I think the cap hit would be tremendous, but given the extent of the injury, that was a pretty horrific injury. I just looked at it again last night, man, and preparing the film for the day for the Brock deal. But yeah, man, something like that, it's gonna take a year. It's gonna take a year because it's the unhappy triangle of meniscus, uh, MCL, and a PCL. I think MCL and ACL, MCL, ACL, and we got to prepare ourselves because we're still going to need receiver production. And if it can come to that in the latter rounds, we're going to be looking at possibly making a move. If somebody sees something very attractive in BA, and we can, it's a business. It's a business. It's nothing personal. It simply is a business. So we'll have to make moves. I hope he comes back. I hope he's comes back healthier than ever. I hope he comes back with the miracle and the resilience of man. Remember, AD went down all day, Adrian Peterson, and came back player of the year. Player of the year, man. He didn't mess around. He came to announce himself with authority. I'm hoping that happens. I am prayerfully optimistic that BA and BA ain't no fat boy. He ain't just gonna sit around and mulk and sulk and just let it all go. I think BA is a warrior. BA's been a tough guy. He was a little murky with the contract extension, and he wavered a bit, man, messing around with this and messing around with that, taking pictures with Jaden and stuff like that. But if y'all can go back and remember, we don't be so short memorization, short-term memory hijinks. In those summer practices in the years of 2022, 2023, our NFC championship and Super Bowl championship and Super Bowl contention, BA and Fred Warner used to get into it every day at practice. BA is a fighter. BA is here for the smoke. It was BA as the tougher, sometimes the instigator, sometimes the agitator of, we ain't taking no stuff off this defense. And we had tough defense. A lot of people fold under that pressure of a Nick Bosa, it was a kind of a tougher Javon Kinlaw, of a Fred Warner and stuff. BA ain't taking no stuff off. You ain't got to be a big guy to be a tough guy. And BA is a tough guy. He's a resilient guy. He's a warrior. I'm hoping he will make non-productivity and being hurt his enemy, and kick butt to that degree on said enemy. That's what I'm hoping. Strawberry reacts. Elgersma. That is the guy that the Niners met with him. Yeah, we met with some different names. I don't even recognize some of these games. I think it's what's called smoke season. Sometimes we just throw stuff out there just to throw another team off. I think I ain't know none of these stuff. BA gonna kick A this year, especially with OTA and training camp, to be able to catch up with Brock. You need that timing, Lord Jesus. You need that timing. We got to catch back up. Ricky Pearsall should be in there. And that's another thing Kyle addressed or really didn't. My original thumbnail was things he said, things he didn't say, and my take on stuff. He addressed the thing about Brian Greasy. He said he ain't gonna talk with Brian Greasy, but it was kind of a gentleman's agreement, so I was cool there. And he said that Brock would be here as long as we're here and beyond, but there are no guarantees. I'm like, whoa. Did you just try to slip one in on me? What, you talking to me, homie? What's up? What's up? Hey man, that's Coach Doublespeak. We need to get back contending to a Super Bowl. I agree. How do we do this? What is the quickest way of doing it? I hear some saying, well, you're not there, so don't worry about it. Just rebuild the whole team. I like the adage of get as good as you can, as quick as you can, and get reloaded and run. You don't know what might happen. You simply don't. Favor is falling our way. We got a good nucleus, is what I feel. John Lynch mentioned it when he said that we are one of the older teams, and we are. We might be the oldest team in the NFL. It happens quick, y'all. It happens quick, fast, in a hurry. Life comes at you fast. That was used to be a old commercial. But even with that, we can get young really, really quick with a great bumper crop full of draft choices. And I think this is a deep draft to do some things. The best draft that we had was last year, top to bottom, 1 through 7. We got some really good ball players. We need to repeat that and perhaps step it up a notch. Perhaps step it up a notch. You got a first rounder, man, in the top 15. It's actually at 11. But what I mean is in that top half of the draft, it is no excuse not to look, see, identify, and ascertain that which is good, that which can make your franchise jump. If you don't see it, then simply trade down and let's get multiple picks and what's called split the stock or split the odds and get twofers, because you throw enough mud at the wall, something's gonna stick. But it's some good players in this draft, y'all. I'm saying really good, solid ball players. We got to just bring them in and let's go up the road, man. It's not impossible for us to get back to the Super Bowl next year. If you think about it, the Eagles took kind of the similar path. Remember, not last year or the year that just was completed, but the year before, they went like almost undefeated for 8-9 games, and then they just hit a wall, and then the wall just came down on them to where they just couldn't win a game. They just couldn't win a game. This is 2 years removed. I think they beat Kansas City. They had went to the Super Bowl. They had lost. They were, caught some injuries. They were down, and then they went on a run, came up, hit a wall, and then we just can't win the game. They were talking about, man, fire Nick Sirianni, all this stuff. Yeah, he got to go, and this and that. It happens. It is not sustainable. That's why you really have to take your hat off to the New England Patriots and that dynasty from 2003-ish all the way up 2020. That sustained excellence is a grind because you're having to deal with coordinators leaving for various reasons. Success breeds people wanting a piece of that success. You have to deal with injuries. You have to deal with attrition and the mental grind it takes to sustain excellence year after year after year. I'm going to throw this addition at you. People will say that a playoff game feels like two, with its intensity, with its speed, with what's on the board, win or go home, the anxiety, and everything that reaches to an apex. One playoff game is the equivalent of two regular season games. So when a team goes to the NFC Championship, to the Super Bowl for 2-3 years sustained, you put on your body another season. You put on your body another season. If you were there for all of it, you put on your body another season. And eventually that catches up to you. It does. It just has to. It caught up to me this past Thursday. It isn't that you need and require rest right after something happens, but eventually over time, like a horse racing 3/4 of a mile, it can catch up with you a couple days later, and you just like, God, I'm tired. I'm just going to sleep. Your body's like that as well after a sustained amount of time, after year. Think about this. This is why a lot of rookies hit the wall in the National Football League their rookie season. Hold on, I got breaking news. I'll get back to rookies their rookie season because Rod Cali Collie Young just told me something. Let me go here. Breaking news. They say Stafford and Rams have reached an agreement on a contract extension. He is staying a Ram. This is what some credible sources, Rod Cali Collie Young knows not to come to me with nothing but the hits. He's a producer, got a wrench on the show. And shout out to Wolfie. Wolfie is coming with it too. Wolfie, what's up, my man? You need to holler at your boy. Help me out today, Wolfie. I'm going through a lot. Wolfie acknowledges as well Matthew Stafford stays in Los Angeles. He's staying in Los Angeles. Wolfie, come on and holler at your boy, man. Let me drop it in I got your Discord. Let me see if I can do this Discord thing. The Discord. Is that anything like the disco? Don't switch. Let me holler at the Wolfman Jack. Oh, man. I can't work this thing, Wolfie. You need to text me. This thing got so much stuff. I'm on that Wayne Breezy Discord. I got it a long time ago. Wolfie's right there. Wolfie, text me. I told you to text me, but Wolfie, check your Discord. I will try this Red now. Come on and jump on with me. Wolfie on the Discord. All right, Wolfie, I sent it to you on Discord. If it ain't there, then we need to do it via text. I ain't got my phone in here either. Lord Jesus, could be people calling me. I've been live for 1 hour and 13 minutes, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Talofa Faithful, shouting out to my main man. Where did I see it? I saw Captain in here. I was on your show last night, Captain. I was at work, man. My man delivered a baby last night. About 2,200. There you go. Papa J in the building. Papa J, what's up? Crazy Juice. We better take Stafford to Hill next season. Yeah, man. He's staying. I thought the speculation was out. I thought Tom Brady was up in the mix trying to bring in Matt Stafford. His wife was sending out signals that they're trying to go to New York or a major city because she want to be a star. That's where the stars hang out in Los Angeles and New York. And I've come to the realization to respect Matt Stafford as Matt Stafford can throw that thing around. He did. He really showed me a lot this past season. Matt Stafford's pretty nice with it. He is. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He got the Super Bowl. Very solid, very solid competitor. And he's always been. I remember him being in Detroit. And they were playing the Cleveland Browns. And somebody broke Matt Stafford up, man. I think they missed him. It wasn't a sack. He gets the ball off, but he gets crunched. And Detroit goes back out, gets an interception, and he thought he would have time, on the bench and get wrapped up or something like that. And they said, "Oh, we got the ball back." And it's only a few minutes. He was like, "Well, I got to go on back out here." And he went out there and handled his business. So he's a tough guy, man. Matt Stafford's he's a solid quarterback. And we got very decent quarterbacks in our division. A lot of people will say, well, it ain't all that. It ain't this and that. But Gino's had he's put up good numbers for a couple of years with Seattle. Kyler Murray is always a wild card. Stafford is real as rain. And I'm crazy about Brock Purdy, man. Brock Purdy is got great vision, makes good decisions, and passes with precision. That's all I can ask to my quarterback. He's good as well. Darwin's in the building. Darwin, he's coming with the news too. Breaking news. And Stafford agreed to a new deal. Thank you so much for the contribution there, Darwin. My man Darwin be on now. They probably going to be on tonight. I will probably be on with them. My wife went out of town to go see her mama. Oh, mama. So I might be kicking it with you guys as well, man. Darwin's on, as well as Captain Nana Massey. Y'all go to their channels, man, and subscribe to, because Terror Dome, these are good guys. Wolfie, Jess, 49ers Media Anshel, all these guys, man. These are my people. Captain Niner Massey, definitely you, Papa J, and as I mentioned, the mentioned Wolfie. If YouTube come for me, I'm gonna have to jump on their channel to build my stuff back up. So y'all check out Darwin's Ravens channel. He's a Raven, but a very, very, very informed cat, man. He's up and down on his stats. Okay, crazy about him. Then we get on Friday nights and we cut the food with David McNiner. They got a whole bunch of games, that jackpot game. I ain't sure y'all doing the jackpot anymore. You can log in and get on there, man, and have some fun with these cats. It is wonderful. And speaking of wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, coming directly to you from me, let me get the stage right. I got my dude. I've been trying to get on with him for months and Sundays. Ladies and gentlemen,
Bang Bang Night Gang, baby. What up?
What my guy, what's up, man?
It's an honor, man. Hey.
You the man.
I know you the man.
You the man.
You the man.
You the man. You the man. Well, how you doing today, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. When you were like, "Hey, come on," I was just drinking my coffee, having a little bit of breakfast, and I was like, "Okay, I'll do it." Okay, so I threw everything to the sink real quick, washed my face, and I was like, "All right, let's do this." So it's a pretty good morning. Everything's going pretty good. I saw your show earlier. It got shut off because you were showing the clips of.
I was showing all the Brocks, man. They've been dogging my boy. I said somebody got to be out here and say, you know what? This is what I see. Everybody else sees limitations, and they got their comments. I say no. This is our guy.
Yeah.
You can talk about your children all you want. This is my son.
No doubt.
And as for us in this house, we shall worship the Lord. So, you know, I feel like I'm getting bullied a lot. I'm getting bullied.
You get bullied for liking Brock Purdy? Is that what you're feeling like right now?
Well, the people with the, you know, the nastiness, they'll say stuff like, "Oh yeah, he ain't this, he ain't that, he just ain't this, he ain't that." I feel like Brock's getting bullied. He's limited, he's little, he's got a noodle arm, and the way I came up, Wolfie, if I caught you bullying somebody, oh my God, now.
Hey, sometimes I bully my co-hosts, all right, but it works vice versa. It happens, you know. It's just
now I can turn it up because I'm justified here. See, I'm who you call when you're getting bullied. I handle the bullies.
All right, okay.
And I'm gonna find out about you. Ain't but one way to stop a bully: punch him right in his mouth, and continue punching that punk until he shut his mouth. Fix your mouth. And I can't normally do that because it would look bad. I'm a bigger guy, you know. I'm going about 6 feet, came up 220, 230, and a little bit more there now. But if
that adds more to the swing, though, that weight adds
oh my God, yeah, and I put the hip and everything up in there. And if I did it to a regular person, it looks bad. It looks like an ogre. It looks like you ain't got to do that to people. But see, when you bullying people, now they're like, get them, Pterodon, get them. So now I'm justified. So when I see some bullying going on, yeah, I'm gonna handle my business.
Rightfully so. I wanted to say that you were talking about how Brock Purdy and what he did this year had 3,800 something yards or whatever. Yeah. Last year in 2023, he had like 4,200 yards or something like that. And
it was exactly 4,280. You know how I know?
You did your research.
And that's Ronnie Lott and Jerry Rice's number. But go on.
Is it? Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. Okay. I like that. I actually didn't know. I didn't pay attention to that. That's a good catch. But all I was gonna say is if Brock Purdy actually played his 17 games, he would have broke that record of 42 yards because he averaged 257 yards a game last year. And if he played at least 2 of those games, those 17 games there, he actually would have broke that record prior. And that was without the Avengers. So he would have broke that without the Avengers. And that's saying a lot.
That's Wolfie, ladies. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Wolfie telling y'all, breaking that knowledge, y'all. That was Wolfie. Wolfie has done his research. Wolfie is telling you what it is.
Hey,
It was
you've
one
had to
thing I
defend Brock
noticed.
too, man. I've had to do it too, man. I feel you. I know what it's like. I know what it's
Yeah,
like. You got to do your research and be like, hey, he was actually pretty good last year.
he was incredible last year. He led in 30 plus passes on and this is air yards because I know that content creator who talks about, oh yeah, this and that. What about air yards? What about air yards? He's getting rack yards. What about the air yard? I went to the air yard, people. I didn't even know that was a stat.
That guy didn't
But
do his research because the air yards are pretty good.
yeah, the air yards were very good. He was number one, not two, not three, like LeBron would say, not four, not five, not six, not seven. He was number one in air yards over 30 yards in the National Football League for the second year in a row.
Yeah.
You know, and all I hear is, oh, he's got a noodle arm. He's small.
How do you know how often the ball's thrown past the 40-yard mark? Do you know how often that happens? It happens like maybe 10, 14 times in a season. It doesn't happen that often. A ball is thrown that far in general by any quarterback. So it's just weird for someone to say, oh, he's got a noodle arm. Well, my argument to someone who says, hey, he's got a noodle arm, so he's not that good of a quarterback. I'm sorry. Tom Brady, noodle arm. Joe Montana, noodle arm.
Noodle arm.
Peyton Manning, noodle arm.
Noodle arm.
Considered one of the top 3, if not top 4 greatest quarterbacks of all time on most people's lists. So you're telling me his noodle arm is a problem? Well, I'm sorry. Tell that to Tom Brady. Tell that to Joe Montana. Tell that to Peyton Manning. Because all of those guys are considered the greatest quarterbacks of all time. It's having a rocket arm is great. Like, it's not bad to have a rocket arm. I'm definitely not saying that. But you could definitely still be a great quarterback and be one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time with a noodle arm. Quarterback is a IQ. It's a high mental game, and putting it in the right spot and the right place at the right time, getting into those windows. If you have anticipation, if you have elite ability to process where that window is and nail it, it doesn't matter your arm talent whatsoever. Because what some people tend to do with rocket arms, they force the issue. I got a rocket arm, man. I could get it there without having to calculate or anything like that. Brock Purdy forces him to work with a mental game, which makes him a better quarterback. So I think it's ridiculous when someone says noodle arm when it's like, okay, well, so are you saying Tom Brady sucks? Are you saying Joe Montana sucks? Are you saying Peyton Manning sucks? Think, guys. Come on.
Preach, Wolfie. I just wanted to just give me. If I was at church, I'd be shouting and putting a couple of dollars on the pulpit, man.
I usually do the
he preaching more than y'all amening out here. He is preaching. This is how I have the stats. I have the numbers. It is in. Go ahead, continue, Wolf. Tell them about your wonderful program. Drop it in the chat, man. Get Wolfie some more subscribers. Get me some more subscribers. Hey, man, talk about Wolfie. Wolfie is my guy, man.
I just do 49er stuff, man. I just I make content every single day. I try to, at the very least, a short, or try to post on my community tab to try to keep everything going, so it's constant content. I do jokes, games. As of late, I haven't done much games just because the combine and having to study a lot more prospects. So it's kind of taken me away from doing fun little games that people actually do enjoy doing in shorts. But I just do I do some research, and right now I'm diving into draft prospects, and there's so many of them. I didn't realize how hard it is to because sometimes when you do your research on a player, okay, it'll just take like a day or two to get through like a couple players and then you move on. Nah, man, once you dive into it, there's so much effort and work, and you're practically working for free to do it. So you're kind of like having to put a lot of heart and grind into it. And it's taking up a lot of my time. And I'm only like 60 prospects in, and there's like 250, whatever. So I'm like, Jesus, this is actually kind of hard. I can see now why like some people will be like, I don't know who this is in the 6th or 7th round. I'll be like, it's your job to know. What the hell? Now I understand. Now
yeah, man.
so much film.
Yeah, it is involved. It is very much involved. I got Darwin over there too, 260 plus prospects, and you don't know who's coming in or declaring, and it's all over the place. The guy you wanted to went and stayed this year. I was looking at a center, Parker Brailsford. I had my eye on him since Thanksgiving. He was at University of Alabama, used to be at Washington University, and then I said, well, this is Brindle's replacement right here, and he says, no, I'm going back to school. I like NIL money.
Right. That's another thing. Like the NIL money is like really forcing that issue even more, just taking us away from those great players that we actually want to draft, because now you got NL money. What's the point of going to the draft and being the 3rd or 4th round pick and barely get any cash compared to people who get like 1 million, etc. But like Nick Singleton for me was someone I really loved in the draft. He screams a Kyle Shanahan type running back, but he decided to stay in Penn State, and I was really bummed about that. I love Nick Singleton a lot. So
yeah.
It's probably good for him though, because I mean, there's a lot of running backs in this draft, so it's kind of like he probably get thrown to the wayside.
Oh, there are plenty. Yeah.
So
then they're talking up my man down here, Omarion Hampton. He was at UNC. A lot of people are starting to catch a fire, and sometimes it's like stock. They start rising, and you didn't anticipate that guy. They had a late draft pick on him. We'll be able to get him in the 4th or 5th. All of a sudden, he's up on the board, and you're like, oh, he might go 1st overall. You're like, oh
my. No, man. Especially the combine. If they get a really fast speed, dude, they
get a fast speed at that combine. It changes the match.
Jumps like you jump 2 rounds, man. You go from a 5th to a 3rd to a 2nd, just basically.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that quick. That easy, it just jumps, man. You're like,
that's how I feel about Dylan Sampson. I think Dylan Sampson is going to really run a really fast time. I think it's going to be on the 4.3s. I think he already has that kind of a time now. And if he gets like a low 4.3, that dude is going to go in the 2nd round. No one's going to pass up on with someone who's already considered a 3rd round pick to potentially an early 4th round pick. He's jumping to at least the 2nd round with that kind of speed. If he does,
same thing's going to happen with my guy Andrew Makuba. Of University of Texas. I saw him early. I got right on the horn. I talked to my man John Chapman, who is a lover of everything Texas football. I said, John, you got the next Earl Thomas down there. You got the next.
All right,
Deshaun Golson down there. If this film and that PFF and that productivity is right, this dude is everything we need at free safety. And he said, well, he came in NIL. He came in from Clemson. And then I said, no, I'm down in the ACC. What's going on? I look back. He was a slot guy. He was a slot corner his freshman year. So it hid from me, and then he transfers. He goes to Texas, and they make him a safety. Oh my goodness! And if he runs, he could run sub 4.33.
Without a doubt, I totally agree. Super fast. He's decisive, and when you're fast and decisive, Jesus, that amps your speed. Like he knows where to be. I've watched a lot of safeties as of late, because it's kind of one of the needs for the 49ers right now is a free safety. I'm incredibly impressed. I love Starks. I think Starks would be a good option too. I think I can't think his name, Emmanuel or something like that. I like those guys, but after those two, Andrew Makuba, absolute stud. I think he'd be a complete steal in the 3rd round if we ended up getting him in the 3rd round.
Oh, if we could get him in the 3rd, that'd be beautiful, man. That'd be beautiful.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a more man kind of type safety, nickel-ish. That's how they describe him. But I've seen him in zone and some of his zone plays. He's freaking phenomenal, man.
It's like a truck, and a good form tackler. I always learned playing in high school, college, and even pro. Your safety has got to be a great technician of tackling. Eyes to thighs, squeeze the knees and drive.
Squeeze the knees and drive.
Squeeze the knees and drive. Eyes to thighs, squeeze the knees. See, a man can lie to you with his shoulders. You know, when you're trying to go out, he He can do this. He can slip. But if you keep your eye on his thigh, his inside thigh, and you aiming on that, he can't move that thigh and that hip without moving himself. Put your
Right,
shoulder on that, squeeze the knees, and drive. Money in the bank.
And also he's 6 foot, which is pretty good. It's like almost with like Jimmy Ward size, because Jimmy Ward's like 5'11" or whatever, and 190 pounds. So he's not exactly like the biggest safety in the world, but he's playing free safety. He's not playing strong safety. Strong safety is more for your bigger guys.
And that's what we need. We need a free. We got 2, 3, 4 a strong safety. I played a little strong safety in college. We can be bigger guys. A strong safety is a linebacker that is had a diet. Is what that is.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
A free safety is a cornerback who ate too much. That's what that is.
That's funny. Yeah, he's got 5 interceptions on the season. Passes defended were 6. So he makes plays. All right. At least makes 1 play a game, it seems, with 5 interceptions, 6 passes defended. So he's doing something like that. But really funny one is that he's got 69 tackles. Nice. And then he's got 41 of those tackles are solo. So he's got 41 solo tackles, which is a lot, I think.
And he comes up. He's knocking. He's in the college version of NFL Crunch Course. If you can go all the way back and remember Crunch Course, the big hits. He's on there about 2 or 3 times. He's knocking people's helmets off, and they were legal hits. He's in the strike zone. He's hitting from the chest down. As I got on my look at that. This is the play that forged a dynasty. That's sprint right option pass. Yeah, that's it. 1980, January 82 for all of y'all scoring at home if you want to be there.
That would be good trivia for people in the chat there. I saw it right away. Once I saw the zigzag there, the line that zig, I was like, oh, that's the Dwight Clark.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I think Joe might have been throwing it away, but hey, history is history.
He hasn't admitted yet. He hasn't said anything. He's like, may have, maybe not. I don't know.
Luck follows the fortune.
Sometimes like Dwight Clark read his mind, knew what to do there, and he threw it where only Dwight Clark could catch it. It was
Dwight got up, man. I don't think Dwight got any higher. God rest his soul in his career.
No, his arms were completely stretched. I would agree. I think he was throwing it away. I agree, but because you could tell by the way his arms were like swayed up there.
He was like, let me get on up here and get it, man. It's like catching a dunk off the top of the backboard. Earl the Goat Manigault, if y'all are scoring at home, one of the movies I like, Rebound with Don Cheadle, is a scene in there where he goes up on the top of they put $1 on the top of the backboard. He goes up, takes the $1 off, and leaves change, and and comes back down. That is real as rain, man. And it's some incredible athletes out here, man. Speaking of which, we saw this kid James Pierce from University of Tennessee clock a 4.47 he's around 247 pounds, and he looked really good in his cone drill as well as his bags. Very coordinated, very oily with the hips, pause, and the steps, no missteps. I really, he looked good.
I'm not the biggest. Like, this sounds bad the way I put this. I don't want to put it that way. I think he's good. I like him, but I think he's just a bit raw. It's going to take for him to learn a couple bag moves and stuff like that. I think that's essential because he relies a lot on his instinct. I knew he was going to run fast from the start. I knew that James Pierce was going to be athletic because that's what he was. You could see it on tape. I mean, the man also played a couple. He had to drop back a couple of times to play offside linebacker a couple of times, and he's got an interception. I think he's got a pick six with that interception. So he has the speed, he has the size, he has the athleticism. He's everything you want in a player in general. He's got it all, right?
Yes, sir.
I think what's holding him back is just that. I question his football IQ. I question his ability to can he apply in the biggest moments where you face big offensive linemen where you can't just run around them? You can't just go, I'm going to slide over here super fast. You can't catch me. Like, he might still be good, but I think it's going to take him like a year or two for him to hit those heights that you expect him to be.
You got to have those clubs in the bag.
Yeah, that's my concern. I just want to know, can he apply those things that these coaches are going to teach him? Like, hey, you got to stop relying on your instinct and start using more of your IQ of like, hey, swipe here, power move at this point. And can he do those things? I don't see that with him. I see just him using raw instincts. And it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal instinct. He's super fast and quick, and he's a really good player. But I got him like my 5th pass rusher just because of that.
Okay. Yeah, that's about where I got him. That's about where I think everybody wants Abdullah Carter. I'll pull it up in a second. Let me just visit this real quick because YouTube doesn't like me very much, but I don't like them as well. So
careful, you can't post NFL.com content, and you can't post you can post stuff like that. That's fine. But it's like videos mainly.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and give them this real quick. This is fantasypros.com. This is advanced stats for the naysayers and the haters out there. This is deep ball passing. These are air yards for 20 plus and you need a minimum of 3,500 yards here. Brock Purdy is tied for 3 last year, 2024, with a shot receiver. Literally shot. The man, he whistles when the wind blows. Now, shout out to my man Ricky Pearsall. Deebo Samuels was a little overweight, and Brandon Ayuk got hurt. We did this with Jawan Jennings and no CMC.
He was not to interrupt you, but the thing about Deebo Samuel, what really frustrates me about that, real quick. I know we want to jump into it. You want to jump into this real quick, but just real quick.
Go ahead.
Deebo Samuel, I was told in training camp by all these content creators, himself and coaches, that in training camp and preseason, that it's the best he's looked his entire career.
Yes,
super in shape. That was not the case. I was really upset because I was set up to believe something, and my expectation was set somewhere. And when you watched it, the week 1 when he played, man, you could tell, like, okay, that's just not true. It's just not there. So I just wanted to say that real quick. I absolutely hate when you brought Deebo Samuel. Just kind of made me think of that.
It did play itself out, man, because he was showing all of these clips during the summer of him working out and him getting lean, and he was showing Kyle, and I was depending on. I was thinking 2019 Deebo Samuels was coming.
Yeah,
and
that was what was being preached. Yeah. That's what was the praise. It was like, this guy is he's back, guys. Don't worry. He's doing
wide back is back. But
he's at volunteer OTAs, etc. He's putting the work in, and it's
I know. And then he got that pneumonia in Kansas City. I think that really turned people off because they were looking forward to him really exacting revenge on Kansas City, and then he wasn't there, and they were like, "What? Deebo don't talk to all that junk? What's wrong with him?" And then we later find out he had pneumonia, and you felt a little some kind of way, but still, it just got pervasive, and people just turned on him. My man Rod Callett was calling him Tyshawn. He said, "I ain't calling him Deebo no more. He Tyshawn. He Tyshawn forever. Mama call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay. He Clay to me. He Clay to me."
That's funny.
Real quick on the air yards, man. Looking at air yards, because I know everybody want the air yards. It don't matter if you just throw it in the yak, because that's the Avengers there. But air yards plus 20 yards in the air in deep ball passing. There are 3 names above Brock Purdy. Josh Allen, who's recognized as number 1 or 2, depending on how you tell it, in the National Football League.
MVP.
Jared Goff, who had Ahmad St. Brown, and Sam Darnold, who was actually with us, but it makes a difference when you're throwing to Justin Jefferson, Neighbors, and a plethora of other
Jordan
wide
Addison,
receivers, and
TJ
Addison.
Hawkinson,
It does make
Aaron
a difference,
Jones even.
folks. It does make a difference. They're the only three that were above him in 20 plus. Let's see.
You want to know the thing about those three real quick, though? You want to know the thing about those three?
Go ahead.
Darnold had a top 9 offensive line at best.
Yes.
Jared Goff had a top 5 offensive line. Josh Allen has considered the best offensive line next to the Ravens. So and Brock Purdy has like the 20th, if not 25th. Once Trent went out with that, one of the worst offensive lines, and he's still capable of throwing it down the field.
Putting that thing down field. No noodle arm here, no dink and dunk. For those of you who made t-shirts and hoodies and tried to sell them online, dink and dunk. I know who you are. You know who you are. I'm calling you out. I'm here for all the smoke. You look like you talking like a fish.
What says that about Brock Purdy as well, real quick, is that when he throws the ball, since he has less time and a noodle arm, he has to anticipate that deep ball. He has to be a lot more accurate. He can't just see a guy open downfield or just see a guy beaten. He has to predict the guy to beat him with less time. And I'm talking significantly less time.
With slower receivers,
with
new receivers. That's Brock Purdy getting it done. That's Brock Purdy getting it done. And that's just the 20 plus. For 30 plus, ladies and gentlemen, 30 plus, number 1 in the National Football League, Brock Richard Purdy, born 27 December 1999, as Prince would say.
His middle name is Richard? I didn't know that.
Middle name Richard. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I saw that somewhere on there. But
kind of a dick.
But and that what they used to call him, Big C Brock.
that actually makes a lot more sense now. That makes a lot of sense now. Okay. That's even a better name now. Okay.
That's even bigger. Yeah. Yards in the air for receivers or for a quarterback who you need to at least qualify. Some people are 100%. Look at Nick Mullins. He's at 100% with 20 yards in the air. But he ain't throw but 2 times. He attempted 2. No, we need people who at least threw this thing 3,500 yards. Brock Purdy is number 2 behind only Lamar Jackson. Action Jackson, Mr. MVP, Mr. Offensive Player of the Year votes, Mr. Everything you want, excitement, whatever they calling it. And I'm not gonna disrespect this man. You ain't gonna get me to disrespect you on this channel, this network, or whatever. Quarterbacking is a hard thing, and he did it. But mention this second name right here. Let me show you for the film. Mention this name. It's right next to him. It's right next to him with at least 3,500 yards. He's right there. 8.7, 8.6.
Another thing is like you're using metrics too. You're not just using, people are like, you're just stat watching. These aren't stats. These are metrics. These are telling you exactly how much is he contributing to the offense. It's not saying how much did the wide receiver and the quarterback commit to that play where you can say, well, it's mostly the wide receiver, not the quarterback. Where you're talking about air yards per attempt, that's all him. It's from him and it cuts off before the wide receiver kicks in. It's kind of the same thing with passer rating and QBR. Those are literally metrics that show you exactly how much did he contribute to the game. So when someone says you're using passer rating QBR, that's just a stat. No, it's not a stat. It's a literal metric to separate everything else that supports him and says, hey, this is him doing this. There it is. Metrics are for. They're called metrics, not stats.
There it is. There it is. Thank you so much, Wolfie. I needed that, man. As Silly would say, I was feeling mighty bad, Miss Silly. But my man coming in here telling you what it is. So for all of you sitting on those TV shows, for all of you looking like Gallagher, for all of you that need your edge lined up, for all of you that used to give people crazy work, I am here for the smoke. These are my stats. This has happened. This is real. This is tangible. This is what we can lay our head on. This is fact. Don't hate, merely participate. And if you calling names, I'm gonna call your name too. Hey, I'm a big fan of Public Enemy. My man Chuck D. Thank you, Chuck D. Carlton Ridnour tweeted me and said, "Hey, you can use Welcome to the Terror Dome in your opening." He said, "YouTube might get funny, but you tell him I told you could use it." Hey, he has a lyric in there. He says, "Known as fair square throughout my years, so I growl at the living foul. Black to the bone, my home is your home, but welcome to the Terror Dome. If you living foul, I'm growling at you. You know who you are. Come see me. Hey, the network's open. I'm easy to find. You send it to them. I got the facts to sustain it. Stop talking about, I don't think he deserved the money. I don't like how they giving their money away. And you're not even a San Francisco 49er fan. You don't even know nothing about San Francisco. You never been to the Bay. You ain't never been to the Stick. You ain't never been to Levi's Stadium. You ain't never felt the heartache of losing in Louisiana. You never went to Miami and felt that heartache of losing a Super Bowl. You ain't sharing in none of this stuff, but you got something to say about my team and my quarterback? Fix your mouth. I don't come to you talk about Philly. I don't come to you talk about Buffalo. I don't come to you talk about Green Bay, who we vanquished in Green Bay. I went up there, did it. That's for you, Mr. Receiver, on that show too. I saw that too. So come see me. Come see me.
Yeah, I talk shit about Hurts though, so I can see. So I talk about those guys, so I guess I can't really say don't talk.
I like Hurts though, man. I do. He's not the most talented and gifted and overwhelming guy, but he stays on an even keel. He's got a Eli Manning feel about him, that he doesn't get rattled, and you ain't gonna see him too high. He's just gonna stay right there, good and steady. Him and Brock they share about 25 of the same traits I put out a long time ago. They're very, very similar guys.
Hard, brother. You and I just are going to disagree so hard about Hurts, man.
They are really, but I'm here for that argument too. And it ain't gonna be an argument. I'm just gonna go ahead. Give me your take on Hurts. Give me your take on Hurts.
All right. So how I feel about Hurts is he is okay. I'm not gonna say he's a bad quarterback. I have him between 10 and 12 kind of ish quarterback. People are talking about how like he's elite now. People are saying he's top 5. You gotta make him elite now just because he won the Super Bowl and he's with Mahomes. But the same argument that people made about Brock Purdy not being good or great or anything like that was because he had the Avengers. Jalen Hurts literally has a better roster than Brock Purdy did in 2023.
True.
Jalen Hurts in this year has had the best offensive line, a historically one of the greatest offensive lines in NFL history. He has had multiple times of have like 5 to 6 seconds, 7 seconds worth of time to drop back and read the field, right? He has Dallas Goedert's a top 7 tight end in the league. He has the best, a future Hall of Fame running back that some people will consider a top 10, maybe in the future, a top 5 greatest running backs of all time kind of type argument running back there. Has the best, in my opinion, wide receiver core. I think it's better than Bengals with Higgins and Jamar Chase. I think it's better than the Vikings with Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. I think he's got the best wide receiver core. So he has the best wide receiver core, the historically great offensive line, the best running back in the league, a top 7 tight end. That is a recipe for any quarterback who is top 10, top 12 to win a Super Bowl, regardless of who you're playing. You have a God tier offense. It literally does not get any better. Howie Roseman should have won Super Bowl MVP, if you ask me. Because
he did a wonderful
that roster, that roster is insanely good. That defense was number 1 in the league. He has the number 1 defense in the league. He has the best offense in the league. I don't know about special teams, but those two things come together, gives you the best team in the NFL and a Super Bowl championship. And here's the thing. With the Packers, when they faced the Packers in the playoffs, he did not play that well. He was the weak link in that situation where it actually held them back, where there was a chance where the Packers could have beaten the Eagles with that God tier roster. He did not play. I will give Hurts this. He plays good in the Super Bowl, but he did not play good in wild card. He did not play great in the divisional or the NFC championship. I think that was all defense in that situation. But in the Super Bowl, I'll give him props. He played really good in the Super Bowl. I'll give him that. But you have a God tier roster to bring you up and put you on a pedestal. So I get a little frustrated when someone says Brock Purdy's bad, but yet Hurts, who has a significantly better offense, gets praised to be a top 5 elite quarterback. I don't understand that at all. And so kind of coming back to it, Hurts in the passing game right now, with all of his God tierness of his roster, Brock Purdy still has a better QBR this year than Jalen Hurts did this year. Jalen Hurts has is 10th in QBR. Brock Purdy was 7th, and Brock Purdy had nothing to work with. I will give him QBR rating. The passer rating for Jalen Hurts was 5. He was 5th in passer rating, so I'll give him that, while Brock Purdy was 13th, right? Air yards per attempt, Jalen Hurts was 3, while Brock Purdy was 8th. Again, considering what you're working with here. I will give him, but that God tier roster makes him rise. Now, let's go over to 2023, where it really matters. We're like, okay, so you're saying that Jalen Hurts didn't have any stat number 1 at all. Jalen Hurts with a God tier roster from offense to defense did not have a God tier roster. Or sorry, he had a God tier roster for offense defense in 2024. In 2023, it was a bit different. Still had a good roster, but the coaches were kind of questionable. Brock Purdy with a supposedly the Avengers level team that I think was worse than what Jalen Hurts was working with. Brock Purdy was number 1 in air yards per attempt by a mile. With a passer rating, he was 1st in passer rating at that as well, by a mile. QBR, he was number 1 in QBR as well. So with a weaker roster, Brock Purdy had a significantly better QBR, significantly better passer rating, significantly better air yards per attempt. This Brock Purdy with less has done more than what Jalen Hurts has with more. And I'm talking about just the player himself. I'm not talking about as a roster, because obviously as a roster, as a team, they won the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy didn't. But that's what I'm trying to tell you is like his roster was the best wide receiver core, the best running back in the league, and that offensive line is a really kind of like if you give Brock that offensive line to work with, I think Brock would do significantly more damage than Jalen Hurts did. And keep in mind, in 2023, Brock Purdy, and I checked every rating out there, the best rating his offensive line got throughout the league in all stats was 16th best offensive line. So he went from 25th to like 20 to 16th range top offensive line, while Jalen Hurts has the number 1 offensive line, giving him more time to throw the ball. And when you mentioned that Jalen Hurts has like he could process better and stuff like that, I disagree, because we all remember when Nick Bosa said, all you gotta do is blitz the guy, blitz him, just blitz him. Trust me, he won't be able to do it. You know what happened? We blitzed him, and he didn't know how to do a damn thing. Do you all remember there was multiple times Jalen Hurts was back there, had so much time, he ends up getting sacked after 6-7 seconds of having the ball. I think that offensive line, best wide receiver, a better offensive coordinator, I'll give him that. So he had a better coaching staff, better offensive line and everything, allowed him to raise his play and win a Super Bowl.
And Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator versus we had Nick Sorensen.
Yes.
Who looks like Beetle Gin and Juice.
So,
Hey, Hey, man, you made incredible arguments. I've
had so many debates, brother. I've had so many debates.
Hey, you all over it. You on it like white on rice and a glass of milk and a paper plate in a snowstorm. I ain't really won't even go there, but you made all those points for me about how good Brock is. All I was trying to do is to minimalize and just say the fact as I bring this up. Look at the profile and the comparison of these two quarterbacks, of where they come from, what they did, their accomplishments in school, how they got down.
I was gonna say, like, I disagree. You're right. You're right there. You're right about this. Like, this makes sense.
It is just uncanny. Both had early playoff success, went to a Super Bowl. They are the same age. They're relatively the same height and weight. Both fathers involved in their development as former baseball pros, as coaches, as their touchdown to interception ratio in college, their percent in their senior year in college, their record, one loss in a game as a starter, one loss in a game as a starter. I think this was done a couple of years ago when I first noticed the similarities. Both were Big 12 guys, both recruited by the University of Alabama. 65.5 QBR, 66.4 QBR. They had 4 years of college together. They played in the Big 12. Both of them did. As a leader, they ain't super duper rah. They kind of the same cat. They're humble. Their spirits are their humility is high. They were both multi-sport guys coming out of high school. Their profile, one was a 3-star, one was a 4-star recruit. Their percentages in college, 67 compared to 65. Their touchdowns, and my matrix got Brock threw 80. I think Jalen threw 81, or it's vice versa, but they threw the same amount of touchdowns. Their arm lengths are 29 inches. Both hand sizes, one 9 1/4, the other 9 3/4. Their 10-yard splits on the 40. Brock is at 155. He's at 1.6. So it's just a quick 10 yards and get down. They are both agile in the pocket. They both are believers, men of faith, men of God. I like that about them. Both had a great running back, offensive player of the year. Both had an all-pro wide receiver. Both had great defenses when they went to the Super Bowl. We're talking, in essence, profile-wise, about the same guy, but you telling me he's noodle arm. He can't do this. He's not that. He ain't worth this money, and he ain't worth that money. But what is it jading you? What is it that you see on the outside appearance? It is ungodly, because God says in his word, the book of Acts, around the 17th chapter, God is no respecter of persons. It's about the spirit of the man. And then in the book of 1 Samuel, he says, God looks at the heart, while man looks at the outward appearance. You got to look at the crux of an MFer. You got to look down and see the effects that somebody is having. That's what you got to look beyond what you are visually seeing. You got to walk by faith and not by sight, young people. That's what I'm saying to you, naysayers, master debaters and gurgitators. That's on y'all. But Wolfie made some incredible points, boy. Brock ain't have it like this dude have it. And can he do it without the Avengers? If you pay him, you're not gonna be able to have this and this and this. We already saw that. And he was 260 yards away from setting the record again for the franchise that had Joe Montana, for the franchise that had Steve Young, for the franchise that had Y.A. Tittle. for the franchise that had a Super Bowl winner in 5 Super Bowls? Are you nuts? Who are you talking to?
Right. Another thing to add on top of that, man, you want to say that like Brock Purdy just needs the Avengers. If you go back to that Green Bay game in the playoffs, if you go back to that Detroit game in the playoffs, he was the reason we won those games. He was the reason we came back and won those games. You cannot say he was. A lot of people were giving him credit, like, wow, he was the reason why we beat the Packers. Wow, he beat the Detroit Lions, right? He played phenomenal. If you even go back to the Super Bowl, yeah, we didn't win it, but no one says Brock Purdy was the reason why we lost that game. Nobody says that. It was, I'm not trying to talk shit about the team here, but the Kittle wasn't his best. I don't think CMC had that fumble. I don't think it was his best either.
Debo, we went to Debo 11 times and he didn't get but
3 catches for 11 targets, dude. Did not show up at all, man. And still Brock Purdy so magic to get 19 points and go into overtime. And if Chris Jones doesn't become unblocked there, maybe his potential actually see Ayuk in the end zone or throws an accurate ball to Juwan Jennings for a first down. There's so many opportunities there. So in that entire playoff run, you want to pay a quarterback who can elevate the team in the playoffs or who can show up in the playoffs. Because we've seen it with Jordan Love. Can't do it. Sam Darnold. Can't do it. Justin Herbert. Can't do it. But they're considered better.
Dak
Prescott. There you go.
Prescott beat him head to head twice.
So it's like you want to pay a quarterback who could do it in the playoffs, and Brock Purdy has proven that he can elevate the team even with the Avengers when the Avengers aren't doing their job. He elevates that team, especially when he did it against the Green Bay Packers, like I said, and the Detroit Lions. He was the reason we won because we had a little help from Dan Campbell, I'm not going to lie, with the 4th downs. Well, I'll be honest there, but he's the one that contributed the most in that comeback was Brock Purdy and how he played. So you want to pay a quarterback who can do that in the playoffs, and all these other guys cannot do that. These other guys, we just mentioned Dak and all the other guys that are supposed to be higher than Brock, cannot do it in the playoffs. Regular season's awesome, man. Regular season's great. I love regular season.
I call it, it's real nice play September football. Everybody out there in their t-shirts with their sweet towels on, you can catch and run. You in Miami, you fun and sun, yeah, baby, yeah, all that. Hey, after Thanksgiving, we gonna separate the men from the boys.
Yeah, no doubt.
We gonna see what it is. We gonna throw these blows out here. We gonna see what you got after Thanksgiving. Just get me to Thanksgiving. And everything after that, that's when it starts. It's like the NBA. The season don't start until after All-Star break. Shout out to the Los Angeles Lakers. We beat the Mavericks by about 10 last night. But but if I could draw a comparison, after Thanksgiving is where it counts, and it counts down in the trenches, man. You got to start winning games. Don't get into a stat competition. Don't get into who got more yards. Don't get into all of this. Minimize mistakes. Run what you run and run it best. Get their quarterback on the ground and protect yours.
Yeah.
And don't turn it over. I guarantee you, you're going to go ahead and you're going to find yourself wearing one of these rings. That's it. That's all we got to do. That's all
I
you got
want to say one more thing about the regular season as well. Like if you were to play bad in one game in the regular season, you can completely redeem yourself in the next. Like it's not the end of the world in the regular season, where the next redemption game you have where you play phenomenal erases whatever bad game you had before. In the playoffs, you get one chance. You get one chance to prove that you're a good quarterback and you can handle the pressure. And that's another thing. It's like the pressure is significantly different because of that. You need to be good all the way through these 4 games. You could play 1 month, 1 through 4 games, and have one bad game in there and lose that game and just come back the next game and be like, see, I'm still a great quarterback. I showed you. It's like, no, what are you doing with these one opportunities that you get, this one chance? What are you proving? Brock Purdy, out of all these other quarterbacks, has proven with these one opportunities, one chances, that he's great, that he can handle the pressure, that he will make the throws when he has to, and he's no different than he was in the regular season than he is in the playoffs. He still is the same guy. And that is something that you want to see from Brock Purdy. It's kind of why I trust him to give him the money, is because not only has he proven that these other guys who've gotten their money has not done well in the playoffs, he's done significantly well in the playoffs. And if he can handle that kind of pressure, I get all the money and whatever, he handles the playoffs well, he's going to handle the money well. Not to mention he comes from a wealthy family who owns a farm, et cetera, and all that. So he knows what it's like to be rich already. So the guy you're getting who has money is already Brock Purdy. So I'm not concerned about him getting money and suddenly he's bad, right? He's going to be that guy still. He's still going to be phenomenal. And I'm going to pay him based on what he does for me in the playoffs, not what he does for me in the regular season mainly. I'm going to do what he does for me in the playoffs more so. And with that being said, better than Tua, better than Justin Herbert, better than Dak, better than a few of these other Jordan Love, for example, who's been rated better than him, right?
Yeah.
There's so few quarterbacks in the playoffs, and Brock Purdy's proven to be a playoff quarterback. So you pay the man for being a playoff quarterback. If Brock Purdy wasn't the reason why we won playoff games, I would see why people were concerned. Like, hey, he was probably carried or whatever. No, Packers game, he was the reason why. Lions game is the reason why. His rookie season, some people want to say that he just did the right things. No. It doesn't get any more pressure as a rookie going into the playoffs and having to win playoff games. Okay, it doesn't get more pressure than that, and he still showed up and played really, really well. And you pay him for that. You pay him for his ability to win games in the playoffs.
It is. There it is. That's what counts, man. That's what counts. We got Juan. Not sure if they discussed it, but Makuba was interviewed by the Niners.
He was.
I think Terradome brought him up in the stream a while ago. I love some Andrew Makuba. Makuba Gooden Jr. I do, man. This dude just it was and it could be my 49er essence. I just saw him and Mustafa. It reminded me in my mind of Deshaun Golston and Dante Hittner.
Oh shit. That's classic.
It just flashed. I could see these two in that backfield, and sometimes, man, the great Sun Tzu, one of the authors I love so much. He wrote a book called The Art of War, and wars are won before the battle even begins. When you can scare the hell out of people before you even play the game. You already won. And these receivers, believe me, if I had Makuba and Mustafa back there,
God, that does sound amazing. Like
they like, hey man, don't throw that bang eight, don't throw that over route. don't throw.
Think about Makuba, man. He screams 49er, dude. He screams like just like the perfect piece. What we need. There's like nothing.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to like Billy Bowman Jr., who I like out of Oklahoma, and the rest of the top safeties in this draft. Makuba just screams 49er. He screams what we need in general, which is the speed and the decisiveness, compared to like where you have Mustafa and Jair Brown who could play in the box or nickel, etc. Covering the safeties. You need a guy who can go from who is I see two guys doing go routes on each end. Who am I going to have to go to? He's the kind of guy like, okay, this guy beat this dude. I'm going to go over here. Or I think this guy's going to win over. I see the number one wide receiver over here. I'm going to quickly go over here. He has that decisiveness that can cover those plays.
And the playmaking ability, and he's good. He high points the ball. And what I mean by high point, I'd love to show you guys, but you already owe me. High pointing the ball means you're catching it or you're attacking it at its apex. At its apex. Don't sit here with the folded prayer arms reading the Bible. I need you praising the Lord up here. Here. That's what Dan said.
Blessing up here, not down here.
Yeah, don't wait for it to come down. I need you to go up and attacking it. And this guy does just that. I showed him the highlight reel weeks ago, man. I think this was after Christmas. This was around Christmas. I found this dude. I said, hey, who is this lightning rod here in University of Texas? Hey, this kid got it. Lyndon Baines Johnson High School, Austin, Texas. Andrew Makuba. That my dude, man. I like him.
Listen,
I got a couple of draft favorites. They just they perk me up. They drafted
you all giddy, yeah.
the combine is nice. The combine shows you nice little stuff, and they wear their Under Armour, and you can look nice, and you know, you show that you've been working. You got some abs and stuff like that, and you can show them you move and stuff. But that film, what you done put on film, what you done put on wax, like shout out to great Gene Hackman, what you have put on film. That's what I'm looking to see.
100.
That's what perks my interest. That's what I can see making you plans with you. And now we got a real defensive coordinator in Robert Saleh, not Nick Sorensen. You got Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh knows what the hell he's looking for. Robert Saleh knows, hey, a developer, and you got Gus Bradley there too. The developers of the Legion of Boom, they know defense. I promise. They know better than Nick Sorensen, who looks like he runs moonshine on the weekends.
That's kind of another thing I expect. I expect Robert Saleh. That's another thing about, like, you want to judge Leonard Floyd like I did. I don't think he played that great. A lot of these players that we had, we expected to play good, these pieces. And we're like, these, some people even said, like, this is a better defensive line than we'd had the year before. And it's like, then you saw the product and you're thinking to yourself, this is not good. These guys are terrible. How much was it actually Nick Sorensen just not knowing how to use these guys efficiently, holding these guys back? If these guys are actually, if these desk pieces like Gross Matos, Leonard Floyd, and all that are actually bad, whatever, you're going to see it under Robert Saleh if they're actually bad. Robert Saleh is going to know how to get the most out of these guys and put them in the right position to succeed. So I do think, like, how much was like this bad play by these depth pieces, Nick Sorensen or actually them? So I do think that Robert Saleh coming in is going to get the best out of every single one of these guys who disappointed us last year, because I do think a lot of them are going to come back, like Gross Matos, maybe Leonard Floyd might still be on the roster. There's a few of those guys who I expect to show up with Robert Saleh, knowing how to use these
anybody people. Who can get a assistant or a what is that? Gus Bradley is going to be the assistant head coach of the defense. That means that you have a head coach of the defense. I've never even heard of that, but it is fitting. It's perfect. Robert Saleh, because he got 8 kids. You know, you need that paper, man. Make your pay. Hey, look at this. I got hey, Jim Everett the Great is here, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Everett, you still living in delusion land. Jim Everett, I knew I was going to hear you because y'all signed Matt Stafford back. I didn't hear nothing. You was as quiet as a mouse pissing on cotton for you. You was, your bunghole was about that tight when at the thought of thinking Jimmy G was gonna be your starter. But the moment the news comes out about Matt Stafford, here you come, Jim Everett the Great. You're always welcome, Jim Everett the Great. I am nothing without my haters. Thank you, Jim Everett the Great, for please.
You're not haters. You're not doing it right.
Subscribe. Tell all your Rams fans, all your Rams buddies, which, you know, is a little suspect at that. Come tune into the Terror Dome. And Wolfie, my man Wolfie's here, boy. I feel like I got some back today, boy. Wolfie, you know, you go to the club and you ain't worried about nothing, man. You got your boy. I got my
no doubt.
Hey, who you talking to, man? Who you talking to? It's like having a Roscoe on your side. You just show that thing. Hey, what you say?
Yeah, Matthew Stafford's back with the Rams, man. I just made a quick short about that, just as a not as a peace offering to Everett here, but just as a compliment to be like, hey, man, on a realistic note, haters aside, you guys got Matthew Stafford back, and that is a great thing for you guys, because he is still a great quarterback. I still think he's a really good quarterback, even at his age. Usually around this time, players kind of falter, especially with his injuries that he's had. I'm actually shocked, considering the injuries that Matthew Stafford has had throughout his career, that he's still able to play at the level that he does. I mean, he's got like a broken like back or some shit, a neck, like I think, what did he have where he tore like his shoulder or something like that and still threw a ball? He's tough.
He's tough. Hey, he's tough. He's tough, man. He played Cleveland years ago. I was talking about it when he was with Detroit. He's a tough cat, man. That's Matt the Cat. We had a commander back in the day named Matt the Cat. What was his Matt the Cat? Matt the Cat. What was his last name? He was a captain. Matt the Cat. And he was a tough. I think he got shot, man. Matt the Cat could go on. Matt the Cat was the dude. But just an a-hole. Really are. And those are some of your
I never heard of the guy, but yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Those are your best leaders, man. They are. If everybody thinks about it in their lifetime, when you've had a manager, supervisor, director, commander, commanding officer who was just a complete a-hole, they got the best out of you. They did. Because you didn't want to hear their mouth. They were very demanding, and you
very honest.
You pulled something out of you, and that's what. And God gave it to me a long time ago. That's what a hole is for, to get that shit out of you, and that's why you have a-holes in life.
Yeah, sometimes, man, you need to hear the truth, man. Sometimes it's not something you like, and that's what coaches do, man. They're supposed to be hard on you for that reason. They're supposed to give you the brutally honest truth. It's supposed to hurt that ego, that protection of like, I'm the greatest. Well, you could be better.
Well, really, you could be better.
And sometimes you have to tear down your ego a little bit to build it back up again.
Sir.
And that's what coaches do, man.
It gets that shit out of you. I got the Eagles chick in here. My daddy.
You knows.
Michael
Catton. You know knows.
Okay, she is. He said, resting up after surgery, 5 teeth pulled, and he said hi to everyone. Man, if he got 5 teeth pulled, good Lord, I don't like going
saying hi like, oh, hi guys.
Tell those guys, man. Shout out to your tough daddy, man. Your tough daddy out there making it happen. It's hard to be a man, man. It's hard to be a man out this day, because you gotta stay composed, but you be hurting like a mug. Pain is real.
Especially those teeth, man. This teeth is brutal. There's not enough medication to take.
Yeah. If you want to get the secrets to the nuclear launch code, start pulling the man's teeth.
Yeah,
it'll come out of him. He will. Don't worry about no waterboarding and nothing else. Pull his teeth. He'll tell you. Yeah, they over there.
Right.
Papa J, man, I got my Golden Domers in. They are loving this, man. My chat is lit. 49ers Media, who the F are you?
That's a great question. He's a 49ers content creator. Be sure to check him out. Great guy, makes great content. Sir. Very committed. Yes. That's very nice of you, Jim Everett, to put it out there to make sure we talk about him, give him some love. He's a great guy. He makes content all the time. We do a show every Tuesday at 4:30. So thank you, Jim Everett, for actually pointing that out. I need to show some love, man. You're
wonderful cat, man. Love 49ers Media. He is the truth. Along with my man Wolfie, to quote the great Pulp Fiction, he said, "You calling the wolf? You feel better now, MF?" That's all you had to say.
Shit, man, that's all you had to say.
Go in there, chill them in-words out, and tell them the wolf will be coming directly. Oh, you sending the wolf?
Yeah, I love that scene. That's a great scene, dude. Yeah.
Oh man, Pulp Fiction is my shot, man. Hey, I was shouting out the great Gene Hackman earlier. What are your fondest roles, fondest memories of a wonderful thespian and actor of Gene Hackman? What stands out to you?
I'm gonna cheat here and look at his film because he was a little bit past my time. A little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wasn't the biggest like Gene Hackman like kind of type fan. So, but I do know he's in memorable roles throughout his his career. So
have you ever seen Enemy of the State with Will Smith?
I have seen Enemy of the State, but I haven't seen Enemy of the State since I was like 10. So, but I will say some words though. I know he was a respected actor. I know a lot of actors respected him. I know he gave a lot of great memories from a time period to a lot of fans who really do love him. He's kind of like, I don't want to say, I'm trying to think of a great actor of our time that kind of faded off. Like Nicolas Cage was kind of more of my time. I think he was a little more involved there. Jim Carrey, I think, was a little bit past, just like literally an era hat above him. You know, if like he were to pass away, I'd be really bummed about it. I know Gene Hackman was a legend among a lot of fans and stuff like that. So I do respect what he did. I do like his voice. I thought his voice was powerful.
Oh yeah.
He liked. So yeah, he was a good guy. I know that he was in Superman, and he regretted doing that. But
like Miss Desmarker, get in here.
I've seen all the memes of that.
Oh yeah.
So
have you ever seen Hoosiers?
Hoosiers? No, but I have heard of the film. That I'm actually looking right now at his filmography, and it's like I
Wolfie,
haven't seen Welcome to Mooseport. Haven't seen Runaway Jury. I've seen Behind Enemy Lines. I didn't know he was actually in that film.
21. Bat 21 was so dope, man. It was during Vietnam, and his love of golf and the golf course. He was behind enemy lines. He gets shot down, and at Bat 21, he has to tell them where he is, not break radio silence. In the military, it's radio. You can't give away the coordinates. So what he does is saying there's a golf course in a fort on this place. He plays that golf course a lot. He knows that golf course up and down. He would say, I'm now at the 5th hole on, for me, it's Fort Rucker, red course, blue course, white course. I'm at the 5th hole on Fort Rucker. It's a dog leg right, and I'm at that sand trap. Can you get supplies to me right now? And the way he communicated in Bat 21 was so similar to how I would have done it as well. Being a golfer, he's just so dope, man. He was just Brill on Enemy of the State. He was, you ever seen Crimson Tide with him and the great Denzel Washington? Oh, Wolfie, we got to get your movie Rolodex.
You want to hear something really bad? I'm not the biggest sports film guy.
I'm going to be on Terradome Quintessential Classics. I'm going to give you stuff to watch. It's stuff a man and a woman need to watch in their lifetime to know what's good and what's not. I watch great movies like Shawshank Redemption. As you see behind me, The Godfather is the greatest film ever made. A Few Good Men.
I've never seen Godfather.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're done right here. It is 2 hours and 42 minutes. I'm not a mafia guy. I was forced to watch it with Casino, Goodfellas, and all of that. And as a child, Bronx Tale. You ever seen A Bronx Tale?
I have not seen it. I've never even heard of that film. I've never even heard of that film.
Oh Lord!
I've been meaning to watch.
It's okay, Wolfie. It's okay. We'll work with you.
I've seen Star Wars. I've seen Lord of the Rings. If that means anything.
I am
film cultured. I worked at Blockbuster for 3 years. Okay.
Are you kidding me? You worked at Blockbuster?
I don't do mafia films, man. It's not. I don't like mafia films. Never been a fan. Never. It's never.
You ever seen New Jack City?
I never even heard of that film.
Oh.
I'm just like stabbing you right now, dude. Just twisting your heart.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
I've seen a lot of great films, man, and I've seen a lot of older films in the past. Like my favorite. I'm just to throw it out here. I do watch older films like that. Like I have seen Psycho. I've seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. That's one of my top 10, top 5 greatest comedies of all time. Things like that. But more of a comedy action kind of type guy. I've never really been a mafia film dude.
All right. Coming to America.
I need to watch it.
Have you ever seen Coming to America?
I have seen it, but I was like 10. I was really young. So I don't remember it as much.
Friday. Have you ever seen?
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. That was like a staple.
Okay.
Growing up, that movie's fucking hilarious.
These films that
every time I come in here, you eating all food.
The films I'm coming at you with are the Friday of films.
Okay.
Of all films. So we got to get you to look at my boys. The Golden Domers are saying, oh my God, Terradome. They know the deal. He worked at No Wonder Blockbuster, folded Wolfenstein.
I got a lot of credit, man. A lot of people love my recommendations, but I never could recommend Godfather, to be honest with you.
Oh my God, man! You gotta have the Godfather.
Friday, though, I watch Friday. I'm a big Friday guy. I can watch that
film ever made, The Godfather.
Greatest film ever made.
Yes,
that's saying a lot, brother. That's saying a lot.
Yeah, and I'm willing.
Are you counting the entire series, or you just caught? Because I heard Godfather.
If you go to every,
and then they fumbled with the third one.
Oh God! We ain't saying nothing about the third one. Don't talk about the third one.
Doesn't exist.
But Godfather and Godfather 2 are really going to be mentioned as cinematic masterpieces in probably 90% of your greatest films ever made. Everybody probably will attest. Everybody worth their salt probably will attest.
Well, some people say that Citizen Kane is the greatest film ever made, but I'm not watching.
Citizen Kane was very, very good. It was
it's still good to this day. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it was good for its time. It was so groundbreaking in.
It was like the first drama ever made, or something like that. First, like political thriller kind of type thing.
Yeah. It dealt with some serious subject matter. Some of that playing out today, and it was about a huge mogul taking advantage of its power, being so rich in political stuff. So it really served its purpose.
Makes you think kind of type film.
Yeah.
And a lot of people back then didn't like that. I saw some research. I've seen some videos on where people talking about like it wasn't well received at first, and it just started to become like a cult classic. Then people started to recognize it as great, just because it was different, it was new, it was fresh. Especially like what you said with its take. A lot of people didn't like that being forced on them. That like I've heard things like that, but then people just recognized how great that film actually was. So
and sometimes films are like that. They have to marinate on people for a little bit. They can be before their time, and that's what Citizen Kane was. It's kind of like cooking a wonderful spaghetti, and it gets better after the second, third day because the juices and the oregano melts into it and emulsifies, and then you heat that thing up, and you said, "Dang, he put Parmesan in there. Didn't he? Is that paprika? Is that paprika?" Yeah.
Little things that catch you off guard. Yeah.
It hits you later on. You're like, I didn't taste that first time.
Well, I mean, I may have not seen The Godfather or anything like that, but I've seen Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind is a classic. I've seen The Notebook. Classic. The Notebook. Your wife made you do that.
That was actually my sister.
Your wife made you so you watched The Notebook.
That guy was creepy, man. The original guy, the guy she's supposed to be in love with, he's creepy, yo. Dude. He did some predatory shit in that film. I'm not gonna lie to you. But
that was James Garner, man. Yeah, your wife got you in that Notebook. Yeah. That's caught many a man. But it was good though.
No, the one that I was forced to watch was it was the one before Notebook. It had Mandy Moore in it and a really other actor in it. I can't think where she has cancer and she ends up dying at the end or whatever.
Beaches?
Watch that. No, it was like not Remember Me, but it was like A Gift to Remember or something like that. It was something, I can't really describe it, but there's a few like rom-coms I was forced to watch in there. And I'm not gonna lie, I may have cried a little bit. I'll be honest.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
be honest.
it's cool.
Bad movies,
Yeah,
man.
that's cool. That's cool. It's certain movies a man is allowed to cry. Have you ever seen Brian's Song?
Brian Song. That sounds familiar. I may have. I've seen a lot of films, so
The
I
original
don't.
Brian Song with Billy D. Williams and James Caan.
It sounds familiar.
But Godfather was so incredible because it's so fraternal, it's so spiritual, it's so well written. It's Francis
Walker
Ford
and Brothers.
Coppola's. It is Marlon Brando, Al Pacino, James Caan. It is
It was peak Al Pacino. I've heard.
yeah,
Peak,
shout.
Marlon Brando. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Brando coming back, and it was Al Pacino starting. They didn't want Al Pacino in there. I see a lot of Brock Purdy in The Godfather. All right, and you gotta watch The Godfather because Al Pacino is not Al Pacino yet.
That's an interesting. That's an interesting comparison there, man.
This is I see Brock Purdy in Al Pacino in The Godfather as well as David in the Bible. He doesn't look the part to most people. He ain't there yet.
I thought he was more like Vince Vaughn in Wedding Crashers, but that's just me.
Okay, but let me cook a little bit here. See, the story of The Godfather is involving a young Al Pacino who at the time was just this stage actor on Broadway. He's not Al Pacino yet. He didn't do Serpico. He didn't do Scarface yet. He didn't do Sin of a Woman yet. He's just this young kid.
Godfather's bad? I've never seen Scarface. Yeah, so I just realized that's like the pinnacle of like you got to watch that one because it's a lot more than just a mafia film. It's like I've never seen Scarface.
Okay.
But I am aware of Say Hello to My Little Friend. I'm not aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Okay, have you seen Heat with Pacino and De Niro?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Everyone's like, bro. Everyone's like, whoa, wait a minute.
I know, Red Jet. I'm working with him. He's gonna be all right.
Of course, I've seen American Pie. Who hasn't
seen
American Pie?
We're gonna work with him. We're gonna work with him, and y'all gonna see. We got all. I'm gonna show you how a coach does it.
All right.
We got the raw talent here. We're gonna bring them along, and you're gonna see. It might take a little bit. Has he seen Power? Oh man, they going. You don't watch Power. I know you don't watch Power. Okay.
I know. What's that mean, man? I know you don't heard of that film, dude.
Turning on you.
I got a lot of people questioning. Like,
y'all give him a break. This is Wolfie. Wolfie Younger. How old are you, Wolfie? You ain't but.
I'm 36.
He 36, y'all. He 36. A lot of us are 40s and more. Rod Cali coming in. How old are you, Wolfie? I just asked. He 36. He 36. Let's work with him. It's
just I know what film I want to sit down and just watch for a certain amount of time, 2.5 hours, and that is just Scarface and Godfather, those kind of type films. And not to mention Scarface. I want to throw this out there. Scarface, growing up, was really thrown in my face a lot in high school. A lot of people had the shirts and was like, that movie's the greatest thing ever. And I was just kind of like, I felt forced to have to watch it. And I had like this really weird little rebellion in me, be like, I'm not watching.
Jules says, I'm 23. I seen The God, Bob.
Bro, you've seen all the Mad Max films from what I saw in your comments and The Warriors. Sounds like you like classics. That's different. You're a classics kind of type guy. I can tell. But
we're gonna work with him.
Throw out comedies. Throw me out comedies. I know them all. Uncle, John Candy films, Friday comedies.
Rod Callis says, "Have you seen White Men Can't Jump?"
I have not seen that film. I'm not a basketball guy either. I know this is really bad. It sounds bad that like I don't like movies and stuff like that, but it's just I'm just very. I know what I like, man. I know what I like for films.
Has he seen the Goonies?
When I was like 7, I haven't seen the Goonies since I was like 7 or 8. It's been a while. I see some clips on TikTok every now and again.
What about Mighty Ducks? You seen
so
Mighty
like 6 or
Ducks?
7 has been a while.
Oh, y'all so young. They say
I
they young.
I really don't like those kids films and stuff like that. I never gone back to watch those or stuff like that, but I have seen them. Like I've seen the original Power Rangers film.
You seen the Power Rangers?
I've seen the Power Rangers film. Have I heard of Hoosiers? No, I have not heard. I haven't heard of Hoosiers.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I'm just coming up in here with a knife, like a mental, like a spiritual knife, just stabbing your heart, just twisting it.
Okay. It's okay. We're gonna get you straight. We got a lot of work to do.
Have I seen Black Panther? Of course I've seen Black Panther.
Thank God. Whew. All right, we working, y'all. We working. Bet Wolfie seen Rainbow Bright and the Smurfs.
No, I haven't heard of that, man.
Have you ever seen Half Baked?
Yeah. I like comedies, man. Throw comedies at me. I will.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Half Baked was hilarious. I like that film. That's a good film.
My doctor says I need to back it out of me.
No. So
yeah, I quote a lot of movies, Wolfie. I
got that vibe. I got that vibe.
I'm a movie guy, man. I write too. I wrote this book right here. Get This in Your Spirit. It's available on Amazon directly.
You wrote a book. You're an author. Nice, man.
Yeah, I narrate. I want to do a screenplay about my family. Ellison won't release the rights. Him and Uncle Mousy, but I'll change y'all name to protect the innocent. Let me see the back. Yes, on DJ Jones, but noon Javon Clint. Man, ain't nobody mess with Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, he's got to go. Yeah, let's not bring that back.
Yeah, Javon.
So I know books are not a like a hot topic for like anybody, but do you read books at all or anything like that? I read books all the time. That's like one of my hobbies, reading books.
I do, but there are books on
like biographies and stuff like that. Kind of type guy?
That pique my interest. Self-help, or just awareness of bestsellers like Carol Dweck mindset. I got a lot of coaches over there. I got Bill Walsh. This book behind me, that Bill Walsh book. That Finding the Winning Way. I am not going to tell you how much I paid for that. It is
probably some triple digits in there, I'm sure, based on that reaction alone.
Yeah, Kobe, Mamba mentality. I got Tom Brady down there, some Pete Carroll. I got some Nick Saban. I got Bill Belichick's dad. Who is it's a wonderful read. If you're a football fan, it's a wonderful read by Bill Belichick's dad. He made the Bible in terms of scouting, in terms of how you look at a team.
Okay.
Bill Belichick comes from his dad was a naval guy. He was at Navy when Roger Staubach was there.
Okay.
And he used to scout the teams that they're going to play. And he just, it's the same thing all scouts use nowadays as their premise, as their basis to scout the team that you're about to play and looking for evaluations on a particular player. What's his name? Steve Belichick, I think. Steve Belichick. And he was just so instrumental, man. Guys that gave it to the game. Patriot Reign. Finding the Winning Edge. The Score Takes Care of Itself. Bill Walsh. What else I got over there? I got a whole bunch of different books
And
over
you've
there.
actually read them, right? Like you've actually read them.
Dude, yeah.
Okay.
They
Some people
highlighted all up in there.
move on. They're
They are
not
highlighted,
just decoration. Okay.
and I take stuff. I quote from them all the time and implement them. I throw out the parts I don't need, obviously, but
Yeah, of course.
but I like a good author. I like a script that moves. I
You like
took
to be coached by the ultimate coach. It's kind of like you're being coached by them yourself, kind of type.
Indeed. That's kind of what I want to do now, man. I want to retire and go down to Chapel Hill. You know, Bill's down here. Bill Walsh is down. I mean, Bill Belichick's down here now. They're calling it. It was Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It is Chapel Bill, North Carolina now.
All right.
Just to be under the great one, man, and maybe I'll be a towel boy for a little bit, just to sit around him a little bit and just see how he moves. Just you know, I've heard too much. I was at a seminar at Joint Special Operations, and they had Perry Williams, who's from North Carolina. He used to play with the New York Giants, and I sat and talked to him for a little bit. And he said, "Man, Bill Belichick." He said, "I played football, Pop Warner, middle school, high school, college, and into the NFL. I come in one day. It's 5:30 in the morning. I got to get treatment. I thought I was there before everybody else. Bill Belichick's in there riding the bicycle, you know, and taking notes and got markers and stuff. And he waves me on over, and he says, Bill Belichick talked to me for 30 minutes. And he said, Bill Belichick in those 30 minutes told me more about myself and football than I had ever heard in life." He said, "That dude's a genius, man.
Wow.
That dude's a straight football savant." And Perry Willis went on to win 2 Super Bowls with the New York Giants. They beat the Buffalo. You remember the wide right Buffalo Bills game, as well as they beat John Elway and them in the Super Bowl. And I take it to heart. He said, "Hey, Bill Belichick, if he is your head coach, he's thinking about every little piece of thing."
Yeah, he knows rules inside out. Yeah, he's got.
Will never go into it unprepared with Bill Belichick. You simply will not. If you make a mistake, it's not because he didn't tell you or he didn't know. It is solely on you. It's solely on you. He told you, and you failed to tell. You failed to execute. You failed to execute, and that's what you got to do as a coach, as a leader. As a leader, you just want, you know. I've commanded assault teams. I've had, I got people under me now at a 911 emergency center. I got my family. I got, my kids and everybody else. I have to prepare. I'm going to tell you any and everything I know and empty myself out so that you're fully aware and give you a plan. You don't have to take it one way or another, but I'm going to give you this plan is what I've seen and what can potentially happen. After that, it's on you. Sometimes the kids be like, Isaiah and Kennedy be like, "I want to do it by myself." I'm like, okay. But I'm gonna tell you, I did this.
Own, man. Like, all right, if you want to learn on your own,
you gotta learn on your own. I did this 30 years ago. I tried it that way, and it ain't gonna work. But go ahead for it. Go ahead for it. But that's how you do it.
Yeah, I'm way more of a science fiction. But coming back to the book thing, real quick, I'm way more of a science fiction kind of type, like reading Dune, Lord of the Rings. Right now, I'm reading Shadow and Bone, which is like a trilogy. I'm on the 3rd book, just about to finish that. The Aragon series, the Red Rising series. I'm more of a science fiction type guy because it helps me escape You know, like it really takes me to a whole new world kind of type thing. That's why I like stuff like that. But I always thought about getting into biography stuff like that. I never dabbled in it. So, but I do know that I kind of want to take that ability to read and stuff like that and apply it to something I can learn from, such as coaching and stuff like that. So I do like that. And if I have any questions like that, you're definitely seem like the type of guy I would ask, like what kind of book you'd recommend. But
with that, because you have what's called an innovative mind. You're looking for the next thing. Your mind needs to be expanded on the possibilities. I'm a historical guy. I like principles in what happened before, because the Bible tells me I'm a aficionado on the Bible first and foremost. It's God's word. But what's happened before, it says in Ecclesiastes, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything's repeating itself. Everything, yeah. But we change the names and faces to, keep up with time, but everything is kind of happening again. We've seen this before. It's just the old. You ever been dancing around your family? And me and Ellison can attest to this. Ellison is my cousin. He's my first cousin. My mom and his sister. So we see Ellison. We be dancing and breaking out something new. And my uncles and them say, "Man, that ain't nothing but the old mashed potato." or that ain't nothing but the old Watusi. They ain't doing nothing but the Watusi. And it is. It's this, they the same dances. They just calling it something different now. Yeah. That's all. And yeah, I do that. But I have a healthy respect for the innovators, and y'all are looking forward to the possibilities of what can happen. I just tend to stay principled in order for that to happen, this has to take place, and you have to have this. Like, gravity is not a theory, it is a law. And if you use gravity, you're gonna be able to do this because gravity always works. But
you're using history as a base kind of type thing. You use
as
a base that you can successfully launch yourself off that base, where you're like, I don't make these mistakes again, and I know where to stand on. So you'd be like, okay, so this is a lesson I've learned. For example, I could take that as I climb the ladder. I need a base of things that hold me up when it comes to, like, because some people, obviously when history very first started, there was nothing to learn from or anything like that. So everyone was learning from not being able to learn from their mistakes. So what you were applying to is, like, history allows you to create that base, and a strong one at that. So that way, when something new comes at you, you can be like, okay, what did I learn from that I could be like, apply to this? Because there's so much that you could do perfectly from history and from, like, coaches, for example, helping you build that base. That's kind of, it seems like you do seem like the type of guy that wants to help others also build their base and build their gravity, as you put it, to keep them grounded, so they can be like, okay, don't go off over here and overreact because of this. Look at the history of what happened when someone did overreact. Look at the history when someone did make this mistake. Now what you got to do is take that mistake and be like, okay, that clearly doesn't work. No matter how you do it.
No. You need to have an offensive line to get the championship. Mm-hmm. Have seen it time and time again. Don't try to do something new and play fantasy football. Maybe it could happen, but I don't know. I have never, ever seen that happen. All I seen was dominant offensive and defensive lines have success.
Well, when you try something new and you fail, you can look at that history and be like, "That. Well, I know why I failed, right?" And you could be like, "I know exactly. If I try something new, it failed because of this reason." It's okay to try something new, but you can't be like, why did I mess up? How did I not get this happening? You'd be like, well, you already knew because of this reason. It's okay to try something new, but if it doesn't work out, this is why.
So. Yes, sir. That's it. We have a saying in corporate world: don't reinvent the wheel. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. It's circular. Just go ahead. Yeah. Let's start with that. You need a circular wheel, And if you want to add on to that, that'll be perfect. But don't try a triangle type wheel. It ain't gonna it gonna go block, clunk, clunk. It works real good in a circle. It does.
Yeah. Real quick, because I have to get going. I have to bounce here soon. But great conversation. We've been talking for a very long time.
Oh man, you know me and you, Wolfie, we down like 4 flat tires and Cadillacs.
Man, we're clicking.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you do, dude.
The 49ers, a guy posted saying the 49ers interviewed Trey Harris, wide receiver. Out of
he bad. He bad.
I haven't seen his tape. I haven't done a lot on wide receivers.
He's nice. Do yourself a favor. He's from Ole Miss, right?
He's got 5 years under his belt. Yeah, he's from Ole Miss. He's
8
games. He has 60 receptions in 2024, 1,030 yards, 17.2 yards a catch.
Yeah.
So he really burst on the scene with Ole Miss because Louisiana Tech.
How tall is he's taller too? He's about 6'2", maybe 6'3".
Okay, that's pretty good. Is he fast?
He's rangy. He's not quick turnover guy. He's rangy. He's very DK Metcalf-ish. Rangy, long strides, good pronation and supination, and gets open, catches at the high point. He will contest balls. He's and he's good in the red zone. He will good leaper. I like him. I like him a lot.
Did you say Juwan Jennings with a little bit more size?
Yes, sir. Juwan Jennings was more speed.
More speed? Okay. Yeah, because Juwan Jennings is 4.7. Okay. All right. I know a lot of people like him. He's supposed to be like a 3rd-round pick. I've seen him in a couple mocks, but I've never.
He's going to move up. If he gets out there and runs a 4.4, man, look for the first round. Sometimes this stuff messes you up because
you look at the athleticism.
You were counting on using him in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, but if he gets out there and runs something great, man, they're gonna fall in love with him. Okay. They are. He's gonna look good in the Under Armour, man. He's a find. He is. I like Trey Harris. I do. They got a couple more at Arizona State. A little runt. I can't call him a runt. Forgive me. I ain't disrespecting. His name is Noel. He's a receiver. I was planning on him falling, and maybe we can pick him up 3rd round. But if he gets out there, man, they fall in love with your RAS. That's relative athletic score. And if you look good out there and you catch that ball out there, plucking it and run a good 40 and run a good cone, they're gonna be like, oh, we got to have them. They love the skill positions. And I know why they do. You know, it's human nature to like the guys who can catch touchdowns.
Yeah, but for sure.
But if you really think about it, think about the best receiver in the game. Arguably, the best two were Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Where did they finish up this year? Where did they finish up? They all went home. Jamar Chase ain't make the playoffs. Justin Jefferson had an early exit.
Yeah, wide receiver is not like, you don't need a top dog wide receiver in this league to actually win a Super Bowl or whatever, or actually even perform in the playoffs. You just need a kind of guy who's 1 through 30, maybe like 1 through 20 kind of type thing. Have one of those at least, I would say. But yeah, you don't need to have the best guy. It sells tickets or whatever. It looks great on the film, but obviously saw, like you said, like they didn't actually get them to the promised land. Wide receivers are flashy, just flashy covers on an offense kind of type thing. It just looks pretty, and you don't necessarily need that kind of thing. So I agree. I think wide receiver, I don't know if you're getting with this, but I think wide receiver is a little overvalued with its
it is way overvalued. The best ones demand north of $30 million, which is a 10% of your salary cap. But in the end, it's like a wonderful automobile. Wide receivers are the moonroof. The they are the Bluetooth, the Alpine sound system, the spinning rims. They are the flash and dash of the automobile. That offensive and defensive line is that V8, it's that Hemi, it's that 22 RE, it's that engine, it's that starter, it's that accelerator, it's that when I turn it on in 20 minus 20 degrees, it's going to start.
Mhm.
It's going to sustain me. It's going to get to work. I can make sure my money is going to be made through hurricane, through snowstorm, through anything else. That engine, that Ford V8 engine is going to make it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's but it ain't sexy. You can't see it. You can't see it. You look for the Lamborghini. Oh, look at that paint job. Is that, oh my God, is that champagne?
Wide receiver is really like it's the group is what defines its true talent. Like, for example, if you have one really great wide receiver, but you have like two other like ones that are just like mediocre or whatever,
yeah,
it takes the grade of that wide receiver group down a notch just because there's only one ball. And for like, if you're going to pass the ball, then your wide receiver group, like your number one receiver gets double covered. The rest of your guys who are not covered, who you decide to put so much money into one guy and then just falter of the rest, those guys are not going to get open. So now you're not being going to be able to pass the ball. So it's
there you go.
The wide receiver group should be looked at as one thing, just like the running back should be looked at one position, or the tight end should be looked at one position, because there's only one ball, and when you go to read a pass play or whatever, you're looking at one position at a time. You're looking at, okay, so in this play, is it a tight end play first? Okay, so I'll look at the tight end, or is it Christian McCaffrey type play where I look at Christian McCaffrey in the situation? Is it a wide receiver thing? If it's a wide receiver thing, you're using progressions a lot more. So
yes, sir.
So I agree.
Always in the pattern. You might have to use your tight end in what's called Fox protection. You might use your running back on a Chico, or what we call it Chicago. Chicago is check and go. We're football players, man. It ain't rocket science. We got to make sure that CTE work. So we call it a Chico or a Chicago. Check and go. And they're the auxiliary on your progression. But those wide receivers collectively, they've got to be able to sight adjust. They've got to be able to run the grass and know that it's man, run the grass, know if it's zone coverage versus man, and yards after the catch. And it is a plus if they can block downhill.
Yes,
downfield. But now you're asking that running back to get to the second level, and what's all predicated on that? That offensive line got to spring them to the second level.
Yeah, offensive line is
everything.
This offense
will revolve around that engine. The engine's got to start first. You can't look good in that car with that moonroof, that new paint, and that Alpine sound system with Serwin Vega or Bose speakers until that car is running.
Because the offensive line starts pretty much the offensive line's like the engine. It starts the play.
If
your engine breaks down by the time you get to the finish line, it's because your offensive line got to your quarterback and stops you from going any further. So I do agree with that. One more thing, actually, there's a lot of news just coming out right now, and I do have to get going, but I want to
keep going. One
more thing I want to throw out there. Apparently, Deebo Samuel is going to get traded very soon, according to this few rumors. It says this is Matthew Berry saying column will come out next week, but one rumor I've heard that they may be out of date by the time it gets published is that Deebo Samuel will get traded very soon. Multiple teams are interested in Deebo. Commanders are one of them. That's apparently one of the rumors. And based on what Crazy Juice just had here say, apparently it's Texans and Commanders that are interested.
Texans and Commanders, both trying to be physical teams. Adam Peters is up with the Commanders. D'Amico Ryan is with Houston. So, people familiar with them
know how to use him.
They bring on the Debo. Bring on the Debo. And and sometimes you just get stale, man. It's become pervasive that everybody just Debo ain't their cup of tea, and maybe we ain't Debo's cup of tea, and it's just time to move on, as Jermaine Jackson would say.
That's kind of how I look at it the exact same way. Like sometimes a player will no longer be good for that team, but he might be great somewhere else. Sometimes they just overstay their welcome. It's time to move on from that player. Just because he turns out to be great with the Commanders or Houston doesn't mean he was going to be great for us in 2025. He was done. He was ready. He doesn't have that motivation anymore. He needs a new chip on his shoulder. Being traded, going somewhere else with a new scenery creates a new chip on your shoulder. It's kind of like how I feel about Jake Moody. Is like, yes, he may be a great kicker somewhere else. He might end up being like whatever, and we should have stuck with him longer. No, because he is not playing good for us, and it's just not working out for us. So maybe it'll work out somewhere else, but sometimes that's just how it is. Like sometimes a player needs a different place, needs a different spot, needs a new chip on their shoulder, needs new motivation. And that could happen with Deebo Samuel. So even if he performs great with one of these two teams, I would be like, great for him, but he wasn't going to do that for us. And I promise you're going to hear nothing but people say, oh, we should have kept Deebo, blah, blah, blah. And it's going to drive me crazy. It's like, he wasn't going to play that good for us in the first. He had his opportunity last year in 24. He had plenty of opportunities to prove that, and he couldn't do it. So he might do great with D'Amico and Commanders, but I don't see him doing good for us. So I agree with you on terms.
Deebo strikes me as he's meant to be, or he feels more comfortable being the accessory and not the necessity. When you turn to him and say, okay, we got CMC, we got Kittle, we got BA, we need you to be a gadget guy. And when you are a gadget guy, man, perform. He's like, great. Okay, now we don't have BA. We don't have CMC. We need you to be the man. I don't really do that.
That's the thing, though. Apparently, it's come out that he wants to be considered the number one wide receiver. Apparently, it's one of the things that came out. And it's like, you had that opportunity in 24. So what do you mean?
No, can't do that. That ain't his game.
You're not that type of player.
That ain't his game. That ain't. If it were, he would have been working on that route running.
Yes.
Like it's no tomorrow. He would have been working on the off motion, meaning, have you ever seen Tyreek Hill go in motion? He goes in motion running a 4-3 every time, even if he's not getting the ball.
Yeah,
he's running 4-3 to get it. Deebo, man, if I was a defender or a defensive coordinator, I would say, look, guys, hey, check this out. If 19 or 1, whatever he's wearing, goes in motion and he's half-assing it, don't worry about it. He ain't getting the ball. It's a run. It's going somewhere else. But if he's hauling ass, I want to see everybody meeting at 19 or 1.
People figure that out too. It's like
telling the guy, man, they pick up on tendencies all the time. I was watching Julian Edelman's podcast, and he had the one that went to Detroit with the pencils in his ear all the time.
Matt Patricia.
He had Patricia on there, and they were talking about the sustained excellence of the Patriots. And he said how Bill Belichick would always have them looking at the most subtle of nuances, the stances, the motions, how a guy breaks the huddle, how takes it. Oh yeah, we
You get
knew
that
this
little
guy.
poker. It's kind of like playing poker, man. Who's
Yeah, it's
who's
the
gonna show his
tells.
hand here?
The
Yeah.
tells are telling you all the time. Don't miss on the tells. It's tells. Every human nature says it's tail. Some guys break the huddle and fix their gloves. Some guys, the quarterback licking his fingers. You could tell. Oh man, rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. That means a run. Bird, 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 bird. That mean they
Yeah.
throwing it. You know. And
Sometimes I see it too when I watch I watch 49ers football and like Brock Purdy will do something. I'm like, oh, I know what this is. Like even I'm doing, I'm like, oh my god, probably they know it too. If I know
they
it.
know they know.
Like,
they
Jesus
break
Christ.
down that film,
Yeah.
first down, second down, third down, and where you are in the field, and they know instinctively from that formation and that motion. Oh, okay, yeah. And how he broke the huddle. Look at that. Yeah, he's telling. They might say the same play over and over again. The ones that are successful are the ones that just don't give it away. Do the same
100%
thing
effort
every
single
time.
time.
Every time.
Go the same. Yep.
That's you. That's it. And you're like, oh, you had me fooled on that one. And people act like it doesn't matter in lower aspects of like high school, in college, because you can out athletic your mistakes. You can
Yeah.
you can beat them with your athleticism. You can stand up high, dude punch you in the chest and you mush his head. But in the National Football League, brother, hey, everybody here's All-American. Everybody here bench presses 225 25 times. Everybody here runs a 1-5-5 split. Everybody here, mom and dad loves them, think they the greatest thing since sliced bread. Those little subtleties give it all away.
Exactly. Another thing about Debo real quick is that he says he wants to be a number one wide receiver. What doesn't make sense to me about that is every opportunity he's had to be a number one wide receiver, he's failed at. So, for example, last year, obviously, he had that opportunity, right? He had that whole, we knew that. There's also opportunities before that. In the Super Bowl, 11 targets, 3 receptions. You were the number one priority, number one wide receiver in the Super Bowl, and you couldn't be that. What makes you think at age 29, where you've been absolutely beaten down as a running back, that you think that you can suddenly be a number one wide receiver somewhere? We're talking about beating man. Like he's good at zone, but that doesn't require you to have to get separation too much. You just got to find the pocket, which is not, I feel like man is a lot harder. He can't do those things. So it's weird to me that that's the reason why the Chiefs had so much success against Deebo Samuels, because let's just not put him in an opportunity where he can find the bubble. Let's just be on him all the time, because we know he's not going to get that separation. We know he's not going to be able to fool anyone at all. And like you said, his nuances where he doesn't put effort into certain plays, you can tell, okay, he's not getting the ball here. He's not the number one read. He has never been a number one wide receiver. When it comes to the 2021 season, he wasn't known as a number one wide receiver when he got that. Running back, yeah. He was known as an incredible running back, jet sweep, screen guy. That's what was phenomenal about him. It was not his ability to beat man. It wasn't his ability to be a wide receiver. So it's not like he was ever that type of guy. So suddenly at age 29, after all your attempts with Kyle Shanahan's offense, you think where Brock Purdy's thrown absolute dimes, you suddenly are going to be a number one wide receiver somewhere? You suddenly are going to get faster somehow? I don't get it. I don't. He has to have some sort of people in his ear echoing something. He has to be an echo chamber, because what he did on Twitter as well.
Oh yeah, he does.
Whoa, just like it drives me crazy, dude.
And Wolfie, you have to have I can't call it delusional, but you have to have illusions of grandeur to get to that level and to get to all pro at that level. You really got to believe some stuff that nobody else does about
you. Yeah, you got to have an ego of some kind to kind of push you there.
It goes beyond an ego. It's the id and the illicy of it's so audacious to to know, no matter what anybody says, no matter how they say it, you have your microphone voice. Like right now, I'm saying, well, I'm just a humble content creator doing the best I can. But in my mind, I'm like,
I want to be the best.
Man, I'm better than Shady McCoy. I know more than that. He ain't nothing. They have, you believe that's in your minds of mine. That's really your humbleness. I'm gonna speak out of my humbleness, but
it pushes that grind to prove people wrong.
You think that, man, all I need to do is get with Sean Payton. Man, we're gonna tear it up anytime. Hey, let me know, man. I can beat anybody. I can beat anybody in the world. I can beat Usain Bolt in a 40. I'm faster than Usain Bolt. I'm better than him.
That's ballsy.
You have to believe. My dad told me that years ago. He said, "Do you think you can go out there and knock that tree down? If I put your helmet and shoulder pads on, do you believe you can knock that tree?" I said, "Dad, I can't knock that tree down." He said, "Well, you ain't there yet. You ain't there yet. By the time it was all over, man, that tree don't stand a chance. You better pray for that tree. I'll knock that tree over." You gotta believe that. If you don't think it, if it don't start with you, it ain't nobody else gonna believe it.
Allison says that the Shanahan system is designed for isn't designed for number one receiver. I disagree with that. We've seen Ayuk. When Ayuk last year in 2023, you knew he was the number one wide receiver. He saw the ball the most, I think. There was times where he obviously used Debo against the Eagles in 2023, and it was effective at that point. But I do disagree. I do think that there is a clear wide receiver one in this kind of type offense. Maybe I feel like a lot of people might disagree with me also and agree with Ellison here. But I know Ayuk's number one, right? I know that. I know that last year in 2024, they tried to make him the number one, but he ended up not playing as well, and he got hurt all the time. We were as fans, I remember as fans, like, you need to spread the ball, guys. Throw it to Juwan Jennings, throw it to Kittle. That's why Kittle's not getting the ball as much as he should. That's why Juwan Jennings doesn't see the ball as much as he should. It's because they have Ayuk be the number one wide receiver and try to get him the ball. And while CMC is the number one running back and trying to get him the ball. So he uses his number one running back, CMC, and he uses his number one wide receiver in Ayuk and has the rest of the guys be more complimentary. That's how I look at it. And also it helps when Brock Purdy is able to read the progressions. So like
and I think that's what Ellison is saying. In a Shanahan offense, he builds it to get it to who is open based on the read. And he says he's already got the hot built in. It's no need to change my plays. It's this, it's that. And he's got a 1, a 2, and a 3. Say for a snag concept, and I don't want to hold you too long, but a snag concept involves an out, a dagger, and let's say a fade. It's a triangle, and you're looking at the triangle, right? And Brock's read has to be the strong safety to that side because it's the 3 receiver side loaded on that side. Your strong safety should be there. If the strong safety goes deep, then we're going to the bottom. If the strong safety comes to the bottom, we're going up top. If the strong safety cuts in, we're going to the out. And he makes it so that just run your route. Brock will make a decision, and he's going to go to whomever is in that 1, 2, 3. Brock's superpower is he can process and see where you're going quicker than a lot of other people.
Yeah.
The problem we're running into is the league has figured out Shanahan's offense against zone. So what they did was switch it around and go, man, I can man up against these receivers. The Chiefs, I think it goes back to Baltimore. When we played Baltimore Christmas night, they manned up against us. Now it's incumbent upon Kyle to come up with the man beaters, which are out there. And I've been banging the table saying, go to man beaters. Those include rubs. I wish I could show this as well. The great dang, what's his name? The one that got in trouble down in Jacksonville. Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer clearly said these are his principles for beating man coverage. He says, make them run into two stems, at a minimum, two stems. Meaning, if you got double slants, make a guy run through that traffic, and it will create so many openings for you. It'll be like falling off a log. Kyle simply will not do it. Kyle,
isn't that a pick play though? Isn't that like you can't do that, right? Isn't that a pick play?
No. It can't force. If you look back at the quarterback and act as if I thought you were throwing me the ball, it's not a rub. It's not a pick.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you have to make.
I know Urban Meyer is a good reference.
Like Urban Meyer, I know Urban Meyer was with the strippers and stuff like that. But I'll give you a better example. Let's go with Joe Brady. Joe Brady.
Okay.
Can you name me the receivers 1, 2, and 3 on the Buffalo Bills?
Shakir, Amari Cooper. I can't seem to think of the third one on top of my head, but I know those two for sure. But there's a third one in there. I can't think of his name. Joe
Brady runs man. He runs people out of man coverage. He does it better than anybody else. Why? Because he uses these two principles of finding the mismatch and making people run through two stems, scissors, rubs, mesh. Just beat man coverage. But Kyle won't do that. Kyle just says, nope, I'm going to run my offense. It's this offense. It works every time. Don't change my plays.
We also doesn't have the wide receivers either, though, to do that. Like I understand that he should be able to.
And that's why I asked you to try to name the Buffalo wide receiver. They're not that good, but if you look at their separation numbers, man, Josh Allen was hitting wide open people. He was hitting wide open people. You don't need these wide receivers with these big names. You need a scheme to just beat man coverage. Brock can already beat the zone coverage because you know to run the grass. But we need somebody to just run rub routes. And we did it against Chicago. We did it against Dallas. But then when other teams, upper echelon teams, man us up and they have the personnel to man us up, you got to create separation.
To benefit Brock Purdy here, though, like when a play breaks down, right, and he's scrambling, it becomes man at that point because a lot of people are just like, he's scrambling to left or right, so it becomes man. He's throwing dots in those situations, so you know that Brock Purdy can throw it in man coverage. And just that scheme where some players can get open or have an opportunity to get into that window. But I agree, there's not enough man beaters on this offense. There's not enough man beaters in the scheme. I agree with you on that. I do agree.
Brock gets C+. B- grades on scrambling out of it. He gets A+ against zone coverage. We need him A+ against man. When we get Brock A+ against man coverage, game over.
Game over.
Game over. Game over.
And I do think
that match.
I just a real quick comment. I got to bounce actually right now, but I do think that this year is going to be different. I think based on the vibe I'm seeing, there has been a real look in the mirror from this coaching staff, not from just Kyle Shanahan's standpoint, from John Lynch's standpoint. There's been a huge. It's almost as if like he sees like the fans. Like I expressed this a long time ago. The fans and the coaching staff and the entire 49ers have never been on more common ground. They have never been more like, okay, we're starting to all be cohesive. We're all starting to like see the same thing now. Yeah. And I kind of get that vibe from Kyle where he's kind of understanding now that his offense is not as good and he has to adapt now. I think last year was a blessing in disguise in a lot of ways where it was a wake-up call for him. And I think I see that. I truly do. But we'll see obviously when based on draft who we get for wide receivers, for example. We have Pearsall now and Ayuk if he can come back in time to be the guy. You have two man beaters right there, right? Can he work with them and make it work? We'll see. But I do think that Kyle Shanahan has opened his eyes a little bit, and the fandom and the 49ers front office is just we just see eye to eye at this point. I've been impressed.
And the seat needs to heat up a little bit, and Kyle needs to get out of his way. Kyle
he doesn't make the playoffs. It's
Kyle is
that schedule.
Kyle has what's called a Davisonian approach. I'm gonna do it my way, and you're gonna love me, Jennifer Holiday, and you're gonna love me. No, man, it's principles out there that we've all conquered. To beat man coverage, run mesh, run rubs. Right. Don't reinvent this wheel.
Yeah.
That's it.
No doubt. All right, man. This was a great conversation. I appreciate you, man. This was dope.
Thank you so much, Wolfie. Hey, cool. Y'all subscribe, like and subscribe to my man Wolfie. We're gonna be doing more together. I'm crazy about this guy. I got to get his movie Rolodex up. We will do that as well. Shout out to Wolfie. Thank you so much for tuning in, man.
Movie stream or something.
Yeah, I got to get him a subscription to Netflix or Prime or something. He in here doing whatever, man. I appreciate it, Wolfie, man. Thanks, man. Finally, we hooked up. We've been talking about it about a month, so we good.
I had a blast, brother. This was actually a great conversation. A lot longer than I expected it to. So that means good chemistry, good conversation.
It was good. I'm going on 4 hours. This is my second one today. First one got pushed down because I had Brock on. And they said, "Hey, you running too much Brock.
Too much Brock, dude."
You making too many points.
Yeah, right. We're trying to make him a top 10 to top 15 quarterback. Stop that.
Yeah. Wait a minute here. Who's this guy?
All right, brother.
Hey, bro. Have a good one, man. God bless you. My man Wolfie, man. Y'all give up Wolfie. What my round of applause at? Wolfie been trying to do this for a minute, man. He's a good dude. He is really a good dude. We got to work on his movies, though. Hey, you know how Terradome go. We gotta have the movies. We simply gotta have the movies. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me 3 hours and 42 minutes, 36 seconds on my second one. I see it's 28 of you watching. Please like and subscribe. About 9 away from 400. Let's try to get it up to 500. My girl Red Jet Shell in that billing, man. She says, great show. 8 subs away from 400. Y'all get me some subs. I'm just trying to hit that 400. Obviously, YouTube didn't like my Brock Purdy presentation. I will try to do something a little bit better. But I got off a couple of my stats about Brock Purdy, man. It was a tumultuous year. It was considered his worst year, but if you think about it in terms of his productivity, man, Brock Purdy had to get down with a lot of obstacles. You had Ricky P getting shot. When the wind blew, Ricky P out there whistling. Amen. I'm sorry, Ricky P. I'm glad you all right, man. I was praying for you tonight. It happened, but I'm your boy, so I got to mess with you now. When the wind blow, you whistle. Brandon Ayuk with his tragic injury, which is, football's a rough game, and you're gonna get hurt, but you don't want to get injured. There's a difference. Check out the program with James Conn, the late great James Conn. And BA got injured. Debo didn't really get down like we thought he would. CMC was coming off an injury. He gave us maybe 5 games, maybe CMC did. I can't remember. I remember him against Buffalo. That's when he went down again. I remember Tampa. I can't even recollect. And then the offensive line, Brendel out there, man. At one time, Brendel was 39th in a 32-team league as far as centers. You only have one offensive center. You only have one center, and he 39th in the league. He put it together a little bit, and he got up to 31. But dude, come on, 31 out of 32 teams, and then Banks, Big Bank Hank. I'm here, I'm there. I'm Big Bank Hank. I'm everywhere. Big Banks, man. Banks can go ahead on. My point being, Brock had to do it with a lot of adversity, and it all fell on him. Regardless of the circumstance, regardless of the situation, he had to flourish, and the man still put up 3,880 yards. He was 136. So that's 38-20 something. I forgot what it is. I know he was just shy of 4,000 yards. And I showed y'all the graphic, man. And in 20 plus passes, he was third in the league. In 30 plus passes, those are air yards. He was number one. And he still made it happen. True, he threw some interceptions, but they came out of empty sets on first down. Empty sets on first down? How you going empty on first down? Just get 3.5 yards a carry. Just get 3.5 yards on a first down. Just line up, get foot to foot, run ISO, run running back. Just a tush push. Just win first down. But we out here trying to act like we going for broke on first down. He threw 12 interceptions all year. 6 of them were on first down in the middle of the field. Of those 6 were, I think, 2 or 3. I got the numbers here. I'll run them at a later date. Some of this stuff has to be on our head coach. We can say Brock regressed. We could say, man, he was here in 2023 and now he here. But guys, we got to put in and add in to this factor in the algebra that he had to deal with some adversities, regardless if it was Trent Williams with his tragedy or even on the other side, on our defense, Travarius Ward, God bless him. He lost his kids. And you got Devondre Campbell who quit and stuff like that, all types of stuff. A field goal kicker missing field goals. We got to bring in other people. And on offense itself, man, Debo just I ain't gonna put my mouth on Debo bad. I love Debo. I do. I really, really do because he was so instrumental when I traveled up there to Green Bay that night. It was one guy coming with it, man. Pause. And that was Debo Samuels. He's done too much for us for me to really dog him and stuff like that. Because I know I've been cheering him on, and to a man, other fans for said teams like the Dallas Cowboys, for said teams like the Commanders, they want or they have hinted, man, I wish we had Debo. I wish we had Debo. And that was in years past. And maybe it's over, but I'm just not one to dog people that have done something for me, that have made me feel good. I can't do it. I can't do it. And if greener pastures go on, if they are for Debo, hey, let them have it. But it's obviously not going to be here. It's too pervasive and too persuasive that it's not going to be here. BA with his injuries, yet Brock still made it happen, put it together. Didn't get us to the playoffs, no, but who could? Everybody's searching for a hero and wants this wonderful quarterback who can win without an offensive line, win with shot and injured wide receivers, make everybody better, and do it with a bunch of bums with no system, who can draw it up in the dirt and just run and jump over everybody, stiff arm everybody. And that's not coming. It's inconceivable. It's inconceivable. That doesn't exist. But, this kind of was an ode to them. I want to thank each and every one of y'all. Y'all stuck with me today, man. Red Jet Shell out here holding me down. Thank you so much. She's still saying like and share on the way out. We about to tip out. Bad boy, gonna creep out tonight. Doom. Gonna tip out her window. Y'all don't know about Luther. Y'all work with Wolfie, ladies and gentlemen. Wolfie ain't watched much of no movies, so we got a lot to it's a lot of canvas to paint on that picture. Amen. I had some problems early on. I was just showing some Brock highlights from another YouTube. They shut that thing down. I quickly shut it off and deleted it because apparently that made everybody a bit upset, to include some of the haters out there. But nonetheless, I'm hoping my point was reiterated that other teams are paying their quarterbacks a substantial amount of money. To Tonga Valioa, and who else we got? Justin Herbert, Sunshine, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, and these people ain't even took you to 2 wins in the playoff, much less a championship game, much less a Super Bowl, much less tied with the greatest quarterback of this era in said Super Bowl, and had less turnovers than he did. But I get these haters coming at me talking about he ain't this and he ain't that. Well, I just tried to show you why he is. And I hope I did. And if I didn't, I'm asking my Golden Domers, go regurgitate, resuscitate, and say these facts that I have laid before you. I don't think a lot of them could have done it. I really don't. We had Sam Darnold here in San Francisco for a whole season, and he couldn't take Brock Purdy's place. He got his happy ass on a plane to Minnesota, just like Nate Sudfeld. Jimmy Garoppolo, he was here. We could have signed him back up. He got his ass on a plane to Las Vegas. Trey Lance, he was here. And he got his ass on a plane to Dallas. Go ahead and bring me another one. It'll be just like sparring partners with Mike Tyson in 1987. We'll knock him out and send him somewhere else too. You coming in here, you're going to be a backup, you're going to shut up, and you're going to listen. That's how we roll. This quarterback, been looking for him, been searching since 2017. Nobody can run Kyle's offense more efficiently and with greater vigor and with greater success and optimally like Brock Richard Purdy. We done had the contest. And then if you say it's Kyle's system, anybody can do it. Like you sound like Cyrus on the Warriors. It's them. It's the Warriors. It's the Warriors. It's not. It's not. If that's the case, when Brock Purdy went down, it was January 25th, 2023. He went down to Philadelphia with a torn UCL. If anybody could get in there and throw it like that, we would have had another championship. Because he went down. He was out. But we brought in who? Josh Johnson, right? Josh Jackson, Josh Johnson. I don't even know the guy's name. And what did he do? He got beat up and put out the game too. So we've had these social experiments. We, as San Francisco 49ers, we as the faithful fan base, we as our own people, our family, have had this. Yet and still, we're going to let these Chiefs fans, these Rams fans, these Eagles fans, Cowboy fans, whoever it is, we're going to let the other 31 teams tell us about our group. Are you kidding me? I tell you what, and maybe it's just me, but come in here and come to this house and tell me about my wife. Tell me about my kids. Tell me about my mama. Come in my house and tell me that. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Tell me about my job. Tell me about me. You see what I mean? Let an outsider come to your house and tell you about your people. If that's all right with you, if that's fine with you, if they can bad talk your best friend, if they can bad talk your son, if they can bad talk your daughter, if they can bad talk your mama, if they can bad talk your sister, if they can bad talk your wife, your husband, your spouse, your people in your house, thank you. You can go ahead and go to somebody else's stuff. I take it personal. Because you want that. Hold on. You, who are you talking to? Get one of them try to come up in here and tell me something. Get somebody around me trying to talk bad about you, a Golden Domer. how do you think I'll react? You think I'll just join in? Like, oh yeah, yeah, we just we just suck. No, no, you're gonna get some work. You're gonna get some good work. And after I finish, I hope we still be friends, but there may not be any of you left. You don't tell me about what's going on here, especially when you don't know. When I seen you rooting for other people, ain't gonna have it. Ain't gonna have it. Mm-mm. Now, I've gotten that out. I want to thank each and every one of you Golden Domers for participating today in, I think it was 2 shows. This one is right at 3:59 and 34 seconds. I'm going to end it at 4. I'm going to end it at 4, right at 4. Remember, everyone, we walk by faith and not by sight. In Jesus' name, amen. I'll be talking to each and every one of you soon. Thank you so much. God bless. Hit a like, spread the word. Terradome is in business. We out.